Chapter 2698 2698 Quasi-Emperor 2698 Quasi-Emperor. With the secret skill, the 9 Duns of Chimin, the sect master of the Academy's aura became extremely complicated. It seemed as though the 9 parts of the secret skill could borrow the power of different forms and living beings from other races to augment himself and increase his combat strength. The sect master of the Academy charged towards the gray-haired old man in midair. Before he arrived, the old man could not hold on any longer, and his aura was completely suppressed. Old Xian leaped up and released his perfected grotto heaven. He stood beside the gray-haired old man, prepared to fight the sect master of the Academy. When he saw that, the sect master of the Academy smiled gently. "This is convenient. I can show you my methods." A gigantic grotto heaven was released behind the sect master of the Academy as well. In his grotto heaven, it was as though there were vast stars surging, a rumbling mortal realm, and everything else in the world. This grotto heaven was all-encompassing. What was even more terrifying was that the grotto heaven of the sect master of the Academy emitted a shuddering power, as though it was suppressing everything. "Your grotto heaven." Old Xian looked at the perfected grotto heaven behind the sect master of the Academy, and his pupils constricted as a chill ran down his spine. "Can you feel it?" The sect master of the Academy chuckled. "You've already become a quasi-emperor," Old Xian exclaimed. The grotto heaven of the sect master of the Academy contained a trace of world power. Although it was only a single trace, the difference was immeasurable, and there was an insurmountable gap between their grotto heavens. Su Zimo's expression was dark, and his aura became weaker. When he heard what Old Xian said, he was enlightened. It was no wonder why the martial Tao Prime body sensed a trace of the aura of an emperor when immortal King Long Night died. Su Zimo sighed internally. The power of the sect master of the Academy had far exceeded his imagination. Up till this point of the chess game, everything and variables were within the control of the sect master of the Academy. Even Old Xian's participation was within the sect master of the Academy's calculations. The sect master of the Academy even calculated that the previous sect master might have left some methods to deal with him. That was the reason why he laid low for so many years and did not attack Old Xian. But now, the sect master of the Academy had become a quasi-emperor. Old Xian was severely injured previously and had yet to recover. Even with the trump card left behind by the previous sect master, he could not defend against the sect master of the Academy, who was a quasi-emperor. The sect master of the Academy had planned this chess game for so many years and had finally reached the final step. When the time comes, the sect master of the Academy would not only be able to obtain the green lotus flesh, he would also be able to obtain 2 complete taboo mystic classics, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, get rid of Old Xian, and gain complete control of Heaven and Earth Academy. The web of the sect master of the Academy's scheme was way too big. He was the only one who could swallow so many things in one go. Even with his precise manipulations, divinations, and calculations, the sect master of the Academy still had a trump card: his quasi-emperor strength. That move alone was enough to kill too many variables. Everyone was his chess piece. How could they win this game? Boom! Old Xian's perfected grotto heaven collided with the grotto heaven of the sect master of the Academy with a loud bang. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on Old Xian's perfected grotto heaven, and it could collapse at any moment. His perfected grotto heaven had once been shattered on the spot by a single look from the tombkeeper, and he was severely injured. Until now, his injuries had yet to recover. Right now, against a perfected grotto heaven that contained a trace of world power, Old Xian could no longer hold on. His expression changed starkly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The gray-haired old man he summoned moved and stood in front of the sect master of the Academy. "You won't be able to defend against me." The sect master of the Academy snorted coldly. Open door, rest door, life door, injury door, delusion door, scenery door, death door, fear door. 8 doors open. The sect master of the Academy's gaze intensified as he released another secret skill. Suddenly, gigantic doors appeared in his grotto heaven and emitted a terrifying power, increasing the might of his grotto heaven. This was the 8 doors of Chiminduinjia. The gray-haired old man could not defend against the 8 gigantic doors that appeared and was minced into nothingness by the terrifying power that spewed out. Under normal circumstances, if the sect master of the Academy was only at the perfected grotto heaven realm, the previous sect master summoned by the painting would be enough to suppress him. However, the sect master of the Academy had planned everything. Old Xian realized that the sect master of the Academy had already grown to a point where he was no match for the latter. Right now, he could only choose to escape. The moment the gray-haired old man fought against the sect master of the Academy, Old Xian made use of the remnant aftershock released by the two of them and arrived beside Su Zimo in a flash. Go! Old Xian hollered and pulled Su Zimo's arm, tearing through the void casually, prepared to flee into a spatial tunnel and escape. Old Xian could tell that Su Zimo was at death's door and did not have much time left. However, regardless whether Su Zimo could survive, he had to leave with the latter no matter what. Even if Su Zimo died, he could not leave the grade 12 creation Green Lotus to the sect master of the Academy. A mocking look flashed through the depths of the sect master of the Academy's eyes as he looked at the two of them fleeing in panic and chased after them unhurriedly. At the same time, in the skies above the Battle Kingdom, the battle between King Yunyu and the 5 other Immortal King experts against Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong was still ongoing. Both sides had already summoned their grotto heavens, and it was difficult to determine an outcome right away. Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly felt that something was amiss. The sect master of the Academy opposite her seemed to be much weaker than she had imagined. Under normal circumstances, apart from receiving the legacy of the Academy, the sect master of the Academy also cultivated Chiminduinjia of the Technique Reserve. Chiminduinjia did not only contain divination techniques, but also extremely powerful combat dermic formulations. From the beginning to the end, the sect master of the Academy had never released anything. On the contrary, up till this point of the battle, the sect master of the Academy had been dodging and intentionally avoiding the battle, as though he was hiding something. Immortal Queen Linglong stared fixedly at the sect master of the Academy. Under her gaze, the sect master of the Academy seemed to feel guilty and avoided her gaze. He's not the sect master of the Academy. Immortal Queen Linglong made a judgment immediately. The sect master of the Academy was extremely wise and his temperament was extremely strong. With his unshakable Tao heart, how could he possibly dodge when met with the gaze of another person? If the person before them was not the sect master of the Academy, where was the real sect master of the Academy? This is bad. Immortal Queen Linglong was shocked. Under normal circumstances, she had already erased the traces left behind by Su Zimo and would not be discovered. However, her opponent was the sect master of the Academy after all. The only possibility Immortal Queen Linglong could think of was that the true sect master of the Academy had already gone after Su Zimo. In reality, Immortal Queen Linglong's guess was indeed not bad. However, her guess, reaction, and even her subsequent actions were within the expectations of the sect master of the Academy. Zimo is in danger. Immortal Queen Linglong sent a voice transmission to Lin Zhan's spirit consciousness. You go and save him. I'll hold them back. Lin Zhan sent a voice transmission. If you can't defeat the enemies, don't get entangled with them. Bring Zimo back here, and I'll protect him even if I have to risk my life. Immortal Queen Linglong hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Her figure flashed, and she instantly withdrew from the battlefield, escaping far away. Chapter 2699. 2699 Devour. 2699 Devour. The Wither Star. The sect master of the academy watched old Xian drag the barely breathing Su Zimo into a spatial tunnel. Even after the void closed, he had a calm expression. He merely raised his palm and slapped the void in front of him. Crack! A tremendous force suddenly descended and shattered the spatial tunnel where old Xian and Su Zimo escaped into. The two of them fell out of the void once more and landed on the Wither Star. You guys are way too naive to think that you can escape in front of me. The sect master of the academy strode over with a calm expression and a mocking look in his eyes. Old Xian had already been injured by the sect master of the academy earlier on. Now that he received another blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Right now, he could barely even stand up, let alone escape. Sigh. Old Xian's gaze darkened as he sighed internally. He glanced at Su Zimo beside him with a look of pity. He was already in his later years. Even if he died, he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. However, Su Zimo was way too young. It would be a pity if he died prematurely. Su Zimo did not do anything wrong. He merely possessed the Green Lotus bloodline and was unfortunately targeted by the sect master of the academy. Even old Xian himself could not escape the scheme of the sect master of the academy. How could Su Zimo go against him? Initially, I wanted to take you in as my disciple. Unfortunately, we're not fated to be together in this life. At that moment, old Xian had mixed feelings and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he bore a carefree smile. This is good as well. At the very least, we won't be lonely having one another as companions on the way to the netherworld. Old Xian was already prepared to die. However, Su Zimo had yet to give up. Since his death was unavoidable, he had to take a final gamble before his death and do his best to drag the sect master of the academy down as well. The sect master of the academy reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's forehead. He was prepared to capture Su Zimo's essence, spirit first, and try to search his soul for some useful information before the latter died. Su Zimo was expressionless as he circulated his visual technique silently. Phew! Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from his right eye and shone towards the sect master of the academy. Both parties were extremely close together. Since visual techniques were instantaneous, it was difficult for the sect master of the academy to dodge. To be precise, the sect master of the academy had no intention of dodging. The visual technique landed in his eyes and vanished without creating a single ripple, like a stone tossed into the ocean. The sect master of the academy paused. He had also cultivated extremely powerful visual techniques. Furthermore, the difference in their cultivation realms was immense. That was the reason why he was unafraid of Su Zimo's visual technique attacks. The visual technique did not manage to injure him. However, the sect master of the academy did not expect his eyes to still feel a tinge of burning pain. Very good. You actually made me feel a trace of pain. The sect master of the academy came before Su Zimo and smiled gently. I'll take away your eyes first. As he said that, the sect master of the academy extended 2 fingers and stabbed towards Su Zimo's eyes. However, the moment the 2 fingers of the sect master of the academy touched Su Zimo's eyes, they could not pierce through, as though they had touched something extremely hard. Immediately after, the sect master of the academy's expression changed starkly. A drop of pitch-black ink seemed to have seeped out of Su Zimo's left eye and spread rapidly towards him. The palm of the sect master of the academy was devoured by the darkness before long. He did not feel any pain, nor was there any blood. However, his palm had already vanished. The cold darkness continued to spread up his wrist and devoured his arm. The sect master of the academy wanted to retreat. However, his feet seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and he could not move. As for himself, He felt that he was falling into a bottomless abyss. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. Finally, a hint of panic flashed through the sect master of the Academy's eyes. This was Su Zimo's counterattack. The illumination earlier on was merely for the sake of the scene before him. Back when Su Zimo entered the Emperor's tomb to pluck the 7-glow immortal ginseng, he was devoured by a strange darkness power and almost died. Thankfully, the nether glow stone in his left eye absorbed the darkness power continuously, and he was able to survive. In the end, with the 7-glow immortal ginseng, flesh grew again. As for that terrifying darkness power, it was sealed in the nether glow stone. Up till this point of his cultivation, even though he had already entered the perfected One Realm and his green lotus true body had grown to grade 12, Su Zimo was still unable to channel the darkness power in the nether glowstone. Since he could not activate it, he could only rely on the power of the sect master of the Academy. Now that he saw the panic in the sect master of the Academy's eyes, Su Zimo's lips twitched as he smiled happily. The sect master of the Academy could divine the heavenly secrets, fate, the human heart, and karma. However, there were still things beyond his divination. The sect master of the Academy calmed down quickly and harumphed coldly. He channeled the 8 gigantic doors of the grotto heaven behind him and charged towards the darkness ahead. Beams of light burst forth from the 8 doors, wanting to dispel the darkness. However, all the light was devoured by the darkness. Even the 8 doors condensed by the sect master of the Academy could not hold on against the darkness power and swayed. Emperor Realm. The sect master of the Academy gritted his teeth and said, "Only such pure world power released by the Emperor Realm could have such a huge impact on his perfected grotto heaven and the 8 doors." This was not even the level of a quasi-emperor, but the true power of an actual emperor. It was indeed not surprising that the sect master of the Academy did not expect this. Even the body of an immortal king could not seal such power of the Emperor Realm, let alone a perfected immortal. If such power of the Emperor Realm surged into the body of an immortal king, he would die immediately. The sect master of the Academy had never expected Su Zimo to have such a terrifying power of the Emperor Realm sealed in his eyes. Of course, the sect master of the Academy made use of the power of the perfected grotto heaven and the 8 doors to obtain a breather, and broke free from the darkness rapidly. After all, the darkness power could not unleash its true might without the control of an emperor. Even so, the sect master of the Academy still paid a considerable price. One of his palms was completely devoured by the darkness and vanished. The darkness power was still lingering at his wrist and could not be removed immediately. Naturally, his palm could not recover either. Ahaha! Old Xian, who was at the side, burst into laughter when he saw that. Both Old Xian and Su Zimo knew that they would not be able to escape death today. However, the fact that they could see the sect master of the Academy in such a sorry state before they died made them extremely delighted. They had finally turned the tides once. The sect master of the Academy sneered, "Don't be smug. When this darkness dissipates, the 2 of you will still have to die." The darkness power sealed in the nether glow stone was limited. Now that it was triggered by the sect master of the Academy, it was released continuously. However, it would soon dry up. Chapter 2700. 2700 Reappearance of the Emperor's Tomb. 2700 Reappearance of the Emperor's Tomb. Right then, a crack suddenly appeared in the void behind the Wither Star, and a gigantic shadow appeared like a tall mountain. Against that shadow, the Wither Star was as tiny as a piece of gravel. The shadow was lifeless and emitted a shuddering might. The sect master of the Academy, Old Xian, and Su Zimo looked up instinctively. The shadow floated in the starry skies. If one were to look at it from afar, the shadow did not look like a mountain, but a gigantic tomb. The Emperor's tomb. Old Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Su Zimo was shocked as well. The mysterious tomb that had once buried an immortal emperor and was filled with curses had appeared once more. At the same time, Su Zimo was extremely decisive and made the last choice within his capabilities. He soared into the air and charged in the direction of the emperor's tomb with a resolute expression. The green lotus essence spirit forcefully channeled the grand, pure, purple cloud talisman and was already on the verge of collapse. Furthermore, he attacked the sect master of the academy, and the master betrayal curse was completely released. The green lotus essence spirit was also completely infiltrated by the power of the curse. He could no longer survive. The only thing he could do was not let the sect master of the academy succeed. He wanted all the plans of the sect master of the academy to be in vain. The emperor's tomb was filled with a powerful curse. If black immortals entered, there was a chance of them returning alive. If perfected immortals barged in, they would definitely die. The higher one's cultivation realm, the more ferocious the curse would be. The reason why this emperor's tomb was terrifying was because there wasn't just a single emperor buried within. There were many immortal kings as well. No immortal king or emperor expert could come out of the emperor's tomb alive. Now that Su Zimo had the cultivation of a perfected immortal, there was no way he could survive if he barged into the emperor's tomb. However, that was the case for him to begin with. At the very most, he would just die once more if he barged into the emperor's tomb. Most importantly, he could throw his green lotus true body into the emperor's tomb and prevent the sect master of the academy from succeeding. The sect master of the academy's heart skipped a beat, and he saw through Su Zimo's thoughts instantly. His gaze was cold as he flashed, prepared to stop Su Zimo. At the same time, Old Xian understood Su Zimo's intentions. There was not much he could do. The only thing he could do was fight to the death and try his best to help Su Zimo stall for time. Old Xian took a deep breath and channeled his spirit consciousness, releasing another secret skill that struck towards the sect master of the academy. You must be tired of living. Without even looking, the sect master of the academy glared at Su Zimo, who was in front of him the entire time. Waving his robes casually, he destroyed Old Xian's secret skill. At the same time, the sleeves of his robe struck Old Xian. A tremendous power surged into his body, and the sound of bones cracking sounded from Old Xian's body. Instantly, he flew hundreds of feet away and fell into the sand and dust, his fate unknown. With that slight delay, Su Zimo was closer to the emperor's tomb. Right then, a gigantic vortex suddenly opened beneath the emperor's tomb, emitting an extremely strong devouring power as it forcefully dragged Su Zimo over. Su Zimo bit the tip of his tongue gently and tried his best to stay awake. He turned back and glanced at the sect master of the academy with a weak expression. However, he still smiled and said, "Sect master, you failed to divine something again." Against Su Zimo's mockery, the sect master of the academy was expressionless and continued charging towards the emperor's tomb without any intention of stopping. The appearance of the emperor's tomb is indeed not within my calculations. It's a variable. The sect master of the academy said indifferently. However, you seem to have forgotten something. Half of the bloodline of the witch race flows in my body, and I know the best which curses. The curse in the emperor's tomb can't threaten me. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart sank. At that moment, he was only a step away from the emperor's tomb. In his current state, he could not defend against the immense devouring power at the entrance of the emperor's tomb at all. He could only let the emperor's tomb devour him. At the same time, on the other side of the Wither Star, the void split open and a figure rushed out. Immortal Queen Linglong had arrived. The moment she appeared, she saw the sect master of the academy chasing after Su Zimo towards the emperor's tomb one after another. Well, there was still a distance between immortal Queen Linglong and the emperor's tomb. Even if she wanted to stop it, it would be too late. From the corner of his eye, Su Zimo caught a glimpse of immortal Queen Linglong. Before entering the emperor's tomb, he took a deep breath and used his last bit of strength to remind loudly, "Senior, leave quickly. Be careful of—" Before Su Zimo could finish, he was devoured by the entrance of the emperor's tomb. Immortal Queen Linglong was smart and was good at divination and deduction. When she saw this scene, she quickly understood many things. The person Su Zimo wanted to remind her to be careful was clearly the sect master of the academy. As for her, there was only one thing on her that was extremely attractive to the sect master of the academy. Another section of the technique reserve, the 6 Rin divine calculation. Or rather, it was possible that the sect master of the academy had intentionally guided her to rush over now. Immortal Queen Linglong sensed her surroundings slightly. A huge battle had clearly just broken out on the Wither Star. Among the remnant power, there was the aura of the Emperor realm. Could it be? Immortal Queen Linglong's heart skipped a beat. On the other side, the sect master of the academy noticed the appearance of immortal Queen Linglong at the same time. However, he did not hesitate and decided to capture Su Zimo first. Compared to immortal Queen Linglong's 6 Rin divine calculation, Su Zimo's grade 12 Green Lotus True Body was clearly more important. It was not only the flesh and blood of the grade 12 Green Lotus itself, but the treasures it derived, as well as the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. That sutra alone was even more precious than the 6 Rin divine calculation. As for the 6 Rin divine calculation, he would have other opportunities in the future. At that thought, the sect master of the academy did not stop and continued charging towards the emperor's tomb, prepared to capture Su Zimo. However, the moment he arrived at the entrance of the emperor's tomb, a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure suddenly emitted from it and enveloped down like the firmament. It was unstoppable. The sect master of the academy was shocked and released all his spirit consciousness hurriedly to defend. Bang! However, he was still suppressed by the terrifying spirit consciousness pressure and collided heavily against the Wither Star, creating a huge pit with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Emperor Realm. That was the spirit consciousness power of the Emperor Realm. The sect master of the academy stood up from the Wither Star with difficulty and looked at the Emperor's tomb above his head with a flickering gaze and a bewildered expression. How was that possible? There was indeed an Emperor expert buried in the Emperor's tomb. However, why would the spirit consciousness pressure of an Emperor Realm expert descend? Furthermore, the spirit consciousness pressure earlier on was definitely not from an Emperor of the Witch race. Could there be other Emperor experts who could defend against the power of the curse and enter the Emperor's tomb first? The sect master of the academy had an ugly expression. The appearance of the Emperor's tomb was too sudden and completely exceeded his expectations. It would have been fine if it was just the Emperor's tomb. However, what was with that terrifying spirit consciousness in the Emperor's tomb? When immortal Queen Linglong saw this, her heart sank. Su Zimo would definitely die once he entered the Emperor's tomb. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the sect master of the academy had spent a lot of effort to set up such a shocking chess game. In the end, he was just one move behind and missed a variable, failing to obtain the grade 12 Creation Green Lotus. Chapter 2701, 2701 Nothing. 2701 Nothing. Immortal Queen Linglong did not stay on the Wither Star. Taking advantage of the fact that the sect master of the academy's attention was still on the Emperor's tomb, she left decisively. After Su Zimo entered the Emperor's tomb, it gradually disappeared into the sea of stars. The sect master of the academy looked in the direction where the Emperor's tomb disappeared with a dark expression. He had completely lost his perception of Su Zimo. Su Zimo would definitely not be able to resolve the master betrayal curse. Furthermore, this lad was definitely dead. However, the tomb was filled with powerful curses. Su Zimo was surrounded by them, so much so that the aura of the master betrayal curse was concealed. Moreover, so what if he could sense Su Zimo's location? It was clear that something unknown had happened to the Emperor's tomb. Now, even if he were to enter, given his cautious personality, he might not barge in rashly. A strong indignation surged in the sect master of the Academy's heart. This plan and chess game lasted for 10,000 years. It could be said to be seamless and included everyone. The development of the situation had always been within his control. Once he succeeded, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. More importantly, all of this was done silently. Anyone who knew his trump card would be killed by him in this chess game. Unexpectedly, at the final juncture, an unforeseen event happened, causing the entire chessboard to fall to the ground. The most important grade 12 creation Green Lotus was not obtained. Even the treasures derived from it, including the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, could not be obtained. There was also Immortal Queen Ling Long's 6 Rin divine calculation. First, he was injured by the Emperor Realm Darkness power sealed in Su Zimo's left eye, and then attacked by the powerful pressure of the Emperor's tomb. It was no longer suitable for him to attack, and he could only let Immortal Queen Ling Long escape back to the Battle Kingdom. Although Old Xian was eliminated, he was not an important chess piece in this chess game at all. He had cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm and could kill Old Xian at any moment. After thinking about everything, the sect master of the Academy realized that he only obtained a single pure jade, manual out of everything. Thankfully, all 3 jade manuals were now in his hands. That complete taboo mystic classic could also help him take the next step to advance to the Emperor realm. The sect master of the Academy released his spirit consciousness and began to scan the Wither Star continuously. After a long time, he could not find any traces of Old Xian. He's not dead? Could he have escaped? The sect master of the Academy frowned. Old Xian was no longer a threat to him. He was severely injured by the power of a quasi-emperor. Coupled with his previous injuries, even if he did not die, he would not be able to last long. There was still a mess on the Battle Kingdom side. The sect master of the Academy tore through the void and left. Green Firmament, Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom City. Immortal Queen Ling Long teleported back from the Wither Star and descended on the battlefield. She looked at King Yinyu and the others who were still fighting and sneered. King Yinyu, you guys have been played by the sect master of the Academy, but you're still fighting here. Right then, the sect master of the Academy and Elder 8 left the battlefield at the same time. What did you say? King Yinyu and the others were already wary of the sect master of the Academy. When they heard Immortal Queen Ling Long's words, they stopped and shouted. Immortal Queen Ling Long sneered. The sect master of the Academy asked you guys to fight here, but his true body has long gone to chase after Su Zimo. King Yinyu, King Jean, and the others were no fools. They reacted immediately and turned to look at the sect master of the Academy beside them. Right then, the true body of the sect master of the Academy had already returned from the Wither Star and descended here. There's indeed a misunderstanding here. The sect master of the Academy had a calm expression and looked at King Yinyu and the others without dodging. At that moment, it was no longer realistic to encourage King Yinyu and the others to fight Lin Zhan. The most important thing for him right now was to get rid of the suspicion. The sect master of the Academy said, I divined the location of that lad and realized that he wanted to escape from the heavenly world. I didn't have time to inform everyone and could only head there to stop him first. To think that the Emperor's tomb would suddenly appear and he would rush into it. Even I was helpless. Whether or not those words were true, the most important thing was that the sect master of the Academy had removed suspicion from himself completely. When Lin Zhan heard that, he was shocked and furious. He subconsciously looked at Immortal Queen Ling Long to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Immortal Queen Linglong had a plan in mind and originally intended to set up the sect master of the academy. She wanted to say that the sect master of the academy had already obtained the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. That way, King Yunyu and the others would definitely target the sect master of the academy, and they would fight internally. Unexpectedly, the sect master of the academy seemed to have already guessed the situation he might face. After saying that, he conjured a dermic art in front of everyone and touched his glabella gently, causing an image to reappear in midair. This was a scene in the memories of the sect master of the academy. The entire scene lasted for only a few breaths. However, it was from the perspective of the sect master of the academy, and it could be clearly seen that Su Zimo was devoured by the emperor's tomb. Nothing could prove himself more than this method. That was because this scene came from the memories of the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy's move was truly stunning. It was equivalent to a reverse soul search. Everyone present was a top Immortal King expert, but no one dared to try this. Initially, King Yunyu and the others were still a little resentful towards the sect master of the academy. At that moment, they frowned and glanced at him warily. "You!" Lin Zhan glared at the sect master of the academy with a murderous aura. He naturally understood that, if not for the sect master of the academy's coercion, Su Zimo would not have committed suicide by charging into the emperor's tomb. Lin Zhan was prepared to advance and kill the sect master of the academy to avenge Su Zimo. "Don't go." Immortal Queen Linglong noticed Lin Zhan's actions and hurriedly sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness to remind him. At the same time, Immortal Queen Linglong's figure flashed, and she arrived beside Lin Zhan. She looked at him deeply and shook her head slightly. Immortal Queen Linglong's expression was strange, and her tone was nervous. The couple had known each other for many years, and their hearts were connected. Lin Zhan knew that there must be a reason. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart for the time being. The sect master of the academy remained calm, but lamented internally that it was a pity. With Su Zimo's death, he no longer had any reason to target Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong. However, if Lin Zhan had attacked him first, Immortal Queen Linglong would definitely have been implicated. Although he was injured, he could also take the opportunity to suppress Immortal Queen Linglong and obtain the 6 Rin divine calculation. Where did the emperor's tomb appear? King Jin asked in a deep voice. Even if Su Zimo was forced into the emperor's tomb, he planned to take a look at the scene. The Wither Star. The sect master of the academy did not hide anything. King Jin's expression was cold as he tore through the void and left. King Yunyu, Immortal King Yanyang, and Immortal King Qinyang left one after another and descended on the Wither Star. It had never been so lively on this dead star. However, no matter how King Yunyu and the others searched the Wither Star, they found nothing. In the end, they left one after another. Peace returned to the Wither Star. After an unknown period of time, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wither Star, and a figure fell out. He fell heavily to the ground and was covered in dust, looking a little disheveled. "Bloody hell, that smarts," the person mumbled as he got up and looked over expectantly. When he saw the barren surroundings, the person's heart sank. "Fuck! What kind of godforsaken place is this?" Chapter 2702 2702 Successor 2702 Successor. The person was dressed in a gray robe and had a fair and beardless face. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright and spirited. Sigh. The gray-robed cultivator looked at the surroundings with a disappointed expression and sighed. "To think that I, Lin Xuanji, have ascended for many years, but I've always been unlucky and suffered many hardships. Up till now, I'm only a grade 7 heaven immortal. Others would come across all sorts of opportunities and fortuitous encounters by accident. I spent a lot of effort and methods to divine that there was a huge opportunity here. How did I end up being teleported to this lousy place?" The gray-robed cultivator was none other than Lin Xuanji of Tianhuang mainland. In Tianhuang mainland, as a disciple of the storyteller of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji had a noble status and enjoyed playing around in the mortal world. However, after ascending to the upper world, the surrounding environment became extremely cruel. He had to use his full strength just to survive, let alone play around in the mortal world. Lin Xuanji tossed and turned and fled everywhere, experiencing countless dangers as though all his luck was left in the lower worlds. Thankfully, he managed to avert danger many times thanks to the Dermic Tao of Enigma Palace. Lin Xuanji looked at the desolate and dead ancient star and could naturally sense that there were no traces of life or heaven and earth essence chi on it. It was impossible for such an ancient star to have any opportunities after being abandoned for so many years. Sigh. Lin Xuanji sighed again. When will my luck finally turn around? The upper world is way too tough to be in. Had I known earlier, I would have stayed in the lower worlds. It's so darn tiring being hunted by everyone day and night here. For this opportunity, Lin Xuanji sold all the treasures in his storage bag in exchange for a teleportation talisman. To think that this teleportation talisman would send him to such a desolate ancient star. Right now, Lin Xuanji's storage bag was emptier than his stomach. He did not even have a single essence spirit stone left. Right then, the ground not far away suddenly moved. Sensing something, Lin Xuanji looked over warily. The ground bulged slightly, as though something was about to pop out. Right when Lin Xuanji was bewildered, the ground suddenly split open and a black figure appeared from the ground, facing Lin Xuanji. What the hell is this? Lin Xuanji was shocked and his legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. Your name is Lin Xuanji. Suddenly, the black figure spoke in a hoarse and aged voice. It's a human. Lin Xuanji snapped back to his senses and focused his gaze. The black figure seemed to be an old man. The old man's face and body were covered in mud, revealing only a pair of eyes that glared straight at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji's spirit consciousness swept past the old man and detected that his cultivation realm was only that of an earth immortal. Furthermore, his life force was weak, as though he was at the end of his rope and could die at any moment. Old man, what are you doing underground? You gave me a shock. Lin Xuanji snapped. Your name is Lin Xuanji. The old man continued to stare at Lin Xuanji and asked once more, and if it is? Lin Xuanji raised his brow slightly. The old man nodded. Young man, your divination was very accurate. Your opportunity is right here. Oh, where? Lin Xuanji asked doubtfully. The old man pointed at himself. I'm it. You. Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment before sighing. He went forward and cast a dermic art to remove the dirt on the old man. Old man. Lin Xuanji sighed. There's not much I can do. I can only help you tidy up briefly so that you can leave this world with dignity. Suddenly, the old man reached out with his withered palm and grabbed Lin Xuanji's wrist. You don't believe in my methods. Lin Xuanji wanted to retract his arm and retreat. However, he realized that the old man's palm was like an iron hoop that was firmly embedded in his wrist, and he could not move at all. Instantly, Lin Xuanji understood that he had encountered an expert. Senior, you're amazing. Lin Xuanji's smile returned to his face, and he complimented immediately. The old man said in a deep voice, The inheritance of my lineage is of great importance. If you accept my inheritance, you have to shoulder the responsibilities. Lin Xuanji had a headache when he heard that. This old man's origins were unknown, and he appeared out of nowhere. How could he dare to accept someone else's inheritance casually? Furthermore, who knew if there were any traps for an opportunity inheritance that came knocking on his door? Lin Xuanji grinned. Senior, I'm slow-witted and my endowment is too poor. It's easy for me to tarnish the reputation of your lineage. If you want to find a successor, I'll help you. Don't worry, I'll definitely put in a lot of effort and find you a successor with excellent talent and foundation. Lin Xuanji only wanted to escape as soon as possible and get as far away from the old man as possible. No, the old man's tone was firm. You're the one. I like you. What do you even see in me? Lin Xuanji could not help but roll his eyes and mutter, We've only met by chance and don't know each other. Your name is Lin Xuanji. The old man said. That's right. Lin Xuanji replied. The old man said expressionlessly, In my sect, everyone calls me Old Xian. And Lin Xuanji asked. Old Xian said slowly, Both our names have the word Xian in them. Therefore we're fated. Lin Xuanji. Senior, aren't you being a little rash? Lin Xuanji asked carefully. The old man said, This is the will of the heavens. You know some divination techniques, to begin with. The fact that you're able to come here is fate. Senior, I don't know how strong you might be, but you definitely do have a way of fooling people. Lin Xuanji grinned. He was from Enigma Palace and had once traveled the mortal world as the storyteller. He traveled the 4 seas and had seen all sorts of people who could tell tall tales. He was also an expert in that to begin with. When the old man saw that Lin Xuanji refused to agree, his initially turbid eyes dimmed even more. Seemingly dispirited, the old man gradually loosened his grip and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. If you're unwilling, I can't force you either. Lin Xuanji flung his wrist and pouted slightly. The old man murmured softly, Initially, I had a better successor with the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus. Unfortunately, he was harmed by others. Sigh. Green Lotus bloodline. Lin Xuanji's ears twitched as he vaguely realized something. He asked hurriedly, Senior, was the successor you mentioned earlier on surname Su? His name is Su Zimo. The old man nodded and looked at Lin Xuanji in surprise. You know him? Of course. Lin Xuanji slapped his thigh and said excitedly, Senior, he and I are like brothers. We're practically family. Senior, what did you say about him being harmed earlier on? My dear brother is dead? Lin Xuanji asked hurriedly. The old man was silent and merely nodded. Lin Xuanji clenched his fist slightly and asked, Senior, tell me more about my brother Su. Who harmed him? The old man glanced at Lin Xuanji. We've only met by chance and don't know each other. Why should I tell you? But this old man is vengeful. Lin Xuanji smiled and said hurriedly, Senior, please accept me as your successor. I'll definitely not let down the inheritance of your lineage. Chapter 2703 2703 Martial Domain Realm 2703 Martial Domain Realm Green Firmament Immortal Domain. The sect master of the academy, King Yunyu, and the other immortal kings dispersed. Some experts and factions that were initially camping around the Battle Kingdom restlessly also calmed down temporarily. The combat strength displayed by Lin Zhan was way too powerful. He fought against 6 immortal kings almost single-handedly. As long as Lin Zhan presided over the Battle Kingdom, it would be difficult for anyone to take it down. Battle Kingdom Palace. Why did you stop me from attacking the sect master of the academy previously? Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Queen Ling Long beside him and asked with a frown. Immortal Queen Ling Long had a grim expression. The sect master of the academy hid his cultivation. His combat strength should have already broken through beyond the Grotto Heaven realm. Lin Zhan's heart skipped a beat. Immortal Queen Ling Long recounted the scene she saw on the Wither Star. There was still some remnant aura of a huge battle on the Wither Star. It's very likely that the sect master of the academy has the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor. Lin Zhan knew very well that although quasi-emperors were worlds apart from emperors, quasi-emperors meant that they were already half a step into the emperor realm. Throughout history, countless immortal king experts had stopped here and could not reach the emperor realm for the rest of their lives. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the emperor realm, not to mention that Lin Zhan's injuries had yet to recover. Even if he did, he might not be able to defend against the power of a quasi-emperor. The sect master of the academy has hidden himself too well. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "If I'm not wrong, the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual is already in his hands. Given enough time, he even has a chance of becoming a true emperor. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the sect master of the academy has schemed an incredible game of chess this time round. Not only did he want the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual, he wanted Zimo's creation Green Lotus and even my 6 Rin Divine calculation." Immortal Queen Linglong recounted her speculation. Lin Zhan felt a lingering fear when he heard that. If not for the appearance of the Emperor's tomb on the Wither Star and Su Zimo's warning before his death, Immortal Queen Linglong might have been killed by the sect master of the academy. Zimo. Lin Zhan had a grim expression as he asked in a low voice, "Is there really no chance of him surviving after entering the Emperor's tomb?" Immortal Queen Linglong was silent. A moment later, Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Something must have changed in the Emperor's tomb. Who knows, perhaps Zimo might be blessed by the heavens." Even Immortal Queen Linglong did not have the confidence to say these words herself. Even if something changed in the Emperor's tomb, the curse inside was still there. As long as the curse of the Emperor's tomb was present, Su Zimo had no chance of survival. In the dark and cold void currents, a gigantic tomb floated quietly and drifted along to an unknown place. The moment Su Zimo charged into the Emperor's tomb, he could clearly sense a strange power enveloping him. That power was pervasive and had even seeped into his body, bloodline, and sea of consciousness. It was the curse of the Emperor's tomb. The moment Su Zimo entered the Emperor's tomb, the power of the curse had already begun to release its might and corrode his flesh and essence spirit. Su Zimo's Green Lotus essence spirit was already on the verge of collapse. His essence spirit was wrapped in countless dark, green threads of the master betrayal curse. Now that it was tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb, it was even more incurable. Unfortunately, a curse isn't like a poison where different poisons can counteract. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. His consciousness was already gradually sinking and his vision turned black. He only staggered forward instinctively. If not for the unimaginable life force of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus that kept him alive as much as possible, he would not have been able to survive until now. "I'm too tired." Su Zimo felt a wave of fatigue and his eyelids felt heavy. He only wanted to fall down and have a good sleep. There seemed to be a plop in his ears. Su Zimo fell to the ground. Through his blurry vision, he seemed to vaguely see a figure standing not far away. I must be hallucinating. Su Zimo was already a little delirious, and his consciousness was starting to break down. Sigh. He seemed to have heard a deep sigh. He's tainted by 2 curses and can't be saved. What a pity. A voice seemed to sound from the horizon, extremely far away. That voice sounds familiar. That was Su Zimo's final thought. Thereafter, he lost consciousness. Hell World, Frost Springs Hell. In the depths of the Frost Springs Palace, the martial Tao Prime Body, cultivated in seclusion in a secret chamber beside the Hell Frost Springs, silently sorting out the many sutras and secret manuals he had learned and seen over the years. In reality, before the 9 firmament meet, the martial Tao Prime Body already had a hint of inspiration for the next dermic formulation of the martial Tao. At the 9 firmament meet, the inspiration deepened when he saw the green halo that spread out when the builder tree woke up. The fierce battle outside the Frost Springs Palace that lasted for a day and night allowed his thoughts to finally take shape. Later on, through Consort Yu, the martial Tao Prime Body translated the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and browsed through the General Section and Frost Spring Section of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra, reaping immense benefits. He had accumulated for many years for the next realm of the martial Tao. Now everything was in place. After the perfected One realm, the three Dharmic Taos of immortals, Buddhas, and fiends would forcefully shatter the Tao fruit. They would use that power to condense a grotto heaven. However, for the Dharmic formulation of the martial Tao, the foundation had always been to cultivate oneself. At the true martial realm, the Prime Body cultivated the true martial Tao body. Countless runic profundities that contained the martial Tao techniques were smelted on the bones and organs of the body. Through marrow cleansing, a complete transformation was achieved to create a powerful and invincible body, the true martial Tao body. As the martial Tao continued to advance, the runes and Dharmic Taos deepened and their strength increased. Finally, at a certain limit, they would break through and spread out from the true martial Tao body. With the true martial Tao body as the center, a domain intertwined with Dharmic Taos would be formed in the surroundings. That would be the next realm of the martial Tao, the martial domain realm. The power of this domain was definitely not a part of Grotto Heaven power. However, the martial domain realm corresponded to the Grotto Heaven realm of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Dharmic formulations. In the secret chamber, suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body opened his eyes and an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body, as though he had broken through a bottleneck. His aura rose abruptly and reached another level. Immediately after, a few balls of flames emitted from the true martial Tao body and formed a blazing domain around the martial Tao Prime Body, like purgatory. This scene was similar to when the martial Tao Prime Body fought against the army of Frost Springs Hell alone outside the Frost Springs Palace. Any living being who stepped into this domain would be suppressed by the martial Tao Prime Body and burned to ashes. This fiery purgatory was similar to the green halo of the Builder Tree. In this domain, the martial Tao Prime Body was the only god. The entire secret chamber was enveloped by the martial Tao purgatory and could not defend against that power at all. In the blink of an eye, it melted and turned into balls of hot molten iron. The martial Tao Prime Body was exposed around the Hell Frost Springs once more. Even with the bone-chilling coldness of the Hell Frost Springs, it could not suppress the power of the martial Tao purgatory. Chapter 2704, 2,704 Solutions. 2,704 Solutions. The flames in the depths of the Frost Springs Palace caused quite a commotion. Many palace guards, including Consort Yu, Tang Kong, and the others, arrived one after another and were shocked when they saw such a shocking scene. At that moment, the martial Tao Prime Body was surrounded by flames intertwined with Tao and Dharmic powers. He could actually fight against the power of the 9 springs of hell. The power of hot and cold extremities collided, creating a large fog. Most importantly, everyone could clearly sense that the martial Tao Prime Body had become even stronger than before. Through the fog, beneath the silver mask of the martial Tao Prime Body, his expression was dark and cold. Although he had taken the most critical step in the martial Tao, he could not be happy. That was because the moment he condensed his martial Tao domain, he seemed to have broken through some restriction barrier between the worlds and established a connection with the Green Lotus True Body. When he connected with the Green Lotus True Body, he received a lot of information at the same time. The sect master of the academy was a quasi-emperor expert. Prior to this, the martial Tao Prime Body could suppress supreme immortal kings with major grotto heavens with the essence martial grotto heaven derived from the true martial Tao Body. Against a perfected grotto heaven immortal king, he was slightly inferior and needed to rely on the power of the emperor realm weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. Now that the martial Tao Prime Body had cultivated this domain, his combat strength had increased exponentially. Even without the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod, he could suppress a peak immortal king with a perfected grotto heaven. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment the martial Tao Prime Body advanced to the martial domain realm, he was invincible at the grotto heaven realm. Prior to this, the moment he summoned the essence martial grotto heaven, he would sense a powerful danger. But now that he had cultivated the martial Tao Purgatory, he could temporarily break free from his reliance on the essence martial grotto heaven. Unless there was no other choice, there was no need to summon the essence martial grotto heaven. Of course, being invincible in the grotto heaven realm did not mean that he could fight against quasi-emperors. Although the prime body was the ancestor of the martial Tao, he was not strong enough to suppress a quasi-emperor the moment he advanced to the martial domain realm. A quasi-emperor was already half a step into the emperor realm and had touched the power of the emperor realm. The martial Tao Prime Body was unable to control that sort of power yet. As for his martial Tao domain, it was only at lesser mastery now. Of course, if he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod, he might be able to fight against quasi-emperor experts. The situation of the Green Lotus True Body was extremely terrible. The connection between the two perfected immortals was only temporary. A moment later, the martial Tao Prime Body could no longer sense the Green Lotus True Body, and the barrier between the Hell World and the medium Kiliacosm was restored. The final information the martial Tao Prime Body received from his connection with the Green Lotus True Body was that the latter was tainted by 2 curses and staggered forward alone in the Emperor's tomb. The Green Lotus True Body could no longer hold on. Even the powerful vitality of the grade 12 Creation Green Lotus could not defend against the corrosion of the 2 curses. Even if the martial Tao Prime Body was still in the upper world, he would probably be helpless against the situation of the martial Tao Prime Body. Although the martial Tao was strong, it could not dispel curses. However, there was a way to dispel curses in the Hell World. In the ancient books the martial Tao Prime Body read in the North Ridge Palace, it was clearly recorded that the 9 springs of hell was not only the source of power for the 9 hells, but it also possessed various unbelievable powers. For example, the Hell Frost Springs could cause immense damage to water creatures. The Hell Yellow Springs, it could wash away the memories of living beings' previous lives and turn their souls blank. However, there was also the Boundless Springs in the 9 springs of hell. The water of the Boundless Springs could wash away curses. Any curse and filth would disappear and dissolve after being washed by the waters of the Boundless Springs. If he could send water from the Boundless Springs to the Green Lotus True Body, it would definitely help the latter resolve the 2 curses in his body. However, the martial Tao Prime Body was still trapped in the Hell World. He did not know how to return to the medium Kiliacosm, let alone bring water from the Boundless Springs back. I have to leave this place and return to the upper world. The martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath and retracted his domain. In the blink of an eye, countless flames returned to the true martial Tao Body. The martial Tao Prime Body did not know if it was too late for him to rush back now. However, no matter what, he had to leave the Hell World. He could only hope that the grade 12 Creation Green Lotus could hold on for a little longer. When the aura of the martial Tao Prime Body calmed down and the terrifying domain around him dissipated, Tang Kong hurried forward to greet and bow. "Greetings, Lord Desolate Marshal." Even though he was the previous King North Ridge and current Hell Lord Frost Springs, he had to bow respectfully to the martial Tao Prime Body. That was because Tang Kong knew that his life, status, and everything he had now came from this mysterious expert before him. The martial Tao Prime Body did not beat around the bush and asked bluntly, "Is there any way for me to return to the medium Kiliacosm?" Tang Kong lamented internally. The martial Tao Prime Body caused such a huge commotion in Frost Springs Hell and killed the former Hell Lord Frost Springs. Now he was about to leave the Hell world. As for him, he would definitely face trouble as the new Hell Lord Frost Springs and would suffer a backlash. Furthermore, the battle a few days ago had already spread throughout the 9 hells. Right now, the Hell Lords of the other 8 hells were probably already gathered in the number 1 hell, Torment Springs Hell, to discuss how they should deal with the matter of Frost Springs Hell. Once there was a result on the side of Torment Springs Hell, Frost Springs Hell would probably be surrounded by the experts of the 8 hells. For the past few days, Tang Kong's heart had been in his throat and he was uneasy. When he heard the question of the martial Tao Prime Body, those thoughts flashed through Tang Kong's mind. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "Lord, there's a powerful restriction barrier between the Hell world and the medium Kiliacosm. It's said that only the Lord of Hellback then could break through this barrier." Later on, the Dharma ending era arrived in the Hell world and the Lord of Hell disappeared as well. Ever since then, I've never heard of any living being that could head to the medium Kiliacosm. The martial Tao Prime Body said, "Perhaps there's a way in the other hells." Tang Kong was only King North Ridge of Frost Springs Hell in the past after all. There were some things that he might not know in detail. When Consort Yu heard that, she opened her mouth slightly and hesitated. "Why? What's the matter?" Sensing the change in Consort Yu's expression, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Consort Yu hesitated for a moment and began, "I heard that for the past few days, experts of the 8 hells have been gathering in Torment Springs Hell to discuss the matter of Frost Springs Hell. If you want to leave the Hell world, you have to do it as soon as possible or it might be too late." The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as though he had comprehended something. Initially, he was contemplating how he should head to the other hells to find a way to leave the Hell world. It would indeed be a waste of time if he had to search them one by one. If he met with some obstacles in between, he might be delayed even further. Even if he really found a way to leave the Hell world, the Green Lotus True Body would probably have already died. Right now, the eyes of the martial Tao Prime Body lit up when he heard the news revealed by Consort Yu. "That's good." The martial Tao Prime Body nodded slightly. "The experts of the 8 hells are all in Torment Springs Hell. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one." Chapter 2705 2705 Torment Springs City 2705 Torment Springs City. Tang Kong, Tang Chinger, and the guards of Frost Springs Hell were dumbfounded. What was this person trying to do? On the one hand, he said he wanted to leave the Hell world as soon as possible. On the other hand, he wanted to go commit suicide. The power of almost the entire Hell world was gathered in Torment Springs Hell. What else was this person trying to do by running over if not suicide? Consort Yu was helpless and rolled her eyes at the martial Tao Prime Body, persuading, "Don't be rash yet. We have to think about this matter at length." In Consort Yu's opinion, even if the martial Tao Prime Body wanted to head to Torment Springs Hell, he had to make some preparations. He could probably try and gather the power of Frost Springs Hell before leading an army to Torment Springs Hell. That was the only way he might even have some bargaining chips. "There's no time." The martial Tao Prime Body shook his head gently. Consort Yu did not know the situation of the Green Lotus True Body. Furthermore, she did not know that the martial Tao Prime Body was not heading to Torment Springs Hell to negotiate at all. The martial Tao Prime Body was prepared to move immediately and head to Torment Springs Hell through the teleportation formation in the Frost Springs Palace. "Wait, I'll go with you." Consort Yu did not hesitate and followed hurriedly. No matter what, no matter how dangerous the situation ahead was, she wanted to stay with the martial Tao Prime Body. After all, the martial Tao Prime Body was her only old friend in the Hell world. Tang Kong was conflicted and had a fearful expression. Initially, he was only King North Ridge and was forced to this position by the martial Tao Prime Body. To be fair, with his combat strength, he was not strong enough to become Hell Lord Frost Springs. And now, experts of the entire hell world were gathered in Torment Springs Hell. With his combat strength, he could not even cause a splash when thrown in. Tang Kong led many Frost Springs Hell Guards and sent the Martial Dao Prime Body and Consort Yu to the teleportation formation. When he saw that the Martial Dao Prime Body had stepped onto the teleportation formation and was about to disappear, a decisive glint flashed through Tang Kong's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, at most, I'll just die. It's not a waste of my life to be able to witness the grand gathering of the 8 hells before I die." Tang Kong's figure flashed, and he stepped onto the teleportation formation at the same time. Beams of light burst forth from the teleportation formation and enveloped the figures of the Martial Dao Prime Body, Consort Yu, and Tang Kong. Accompanied by a burst of intense light, the 3 of them disappeared. Torment Springs Hell was known as the number 1 hell of the 9 hells and was located in the central area of the Hell World. The previous Lord of Hell presided over Torment Springs Hell. Not only was he the Lord of Hell, he was also Hell Lord Torment Springs. However, after the death of the Lord of Hell, his position had remained empty until now. After entering the Dharma Ending era, the overall strength of the Hell World decreased continuously. Although there would be a Hell Lord Torment Springs in every generation, he could not become the Lord of Hell or convince the masses and rule over the 9 hells. As time passed, the number 1 hell lost its former glory and gradually declined, with its status becoming similar to the other 8 hells. Some time ago, a major piece of news came from Frost Springs Hell and shocked the Hell world. A living being of the medium Kiliacosm descended in Frost Springs Hell and killed Hell Lord Frost Springs before long, replacing him. That news instantly caused a huge commotion in the Hell world. Under the lead of the 8 Hell Lords, the experts of the various hells headed to Torment Springs Hell to discuss the matter of Frost Springs Hell. Over the past few days, Torment Springs Hell seemed to have regained its former glory and was extremely lively. There was a reason why the 8 Hell Lords chose to head to Torment Springs Hell. Firstly, they wanted to discuss the matter of Frost Springs Hell. Secondly, and most importantly, they wanted to choose a new Lord of Hell. Or rather, to the 8 Hell Lords, the matter of Frost Springs Hell was a small matter. However, the 8 hells could make use of this matter to reunite the Hell world and choose a new Lord of Hell to rule the Hell world. In reality, many experts of Hell had had such thoughts over the years. However, there was no suitable opportunity. But now, the appearance of the Martial Dao Prime Body delighted many experts of Hell. With this, it would be logical to choose a new Lord of Hell to unify the 9 hells and kill foreign living beings. Torment Spring City. Apart from the 8 Hell Lords, countless experts from the various hells descended here as well. As such, it was a little too crowded for Torment Springs Palace, and they could only shift this unprecedented event to Torment Spring City. In the middle of Torment Spring City, a gigantic black altar was built. There were a total of 9 positions on the altar, representing the 9 Hell Lords. Apart from the empty Frost Springs Hell, the other 8 Hell Lords were already sitting around the altar. Behind them stood countless experts of Hell, and Nether Kings and Hell Kings stood right at the front. The entire Torment Spring City was densely packed with countless living beings of Hell. Everyone. Hell Lord Torment Springs was a withered, gray-haired old man. At that moment, he said slowly, "Over the past few days, everyone has suggested many countermeasures. However, we can't convince the masses as to who will be the Lord of Hell. At the end of the day, only someone with sufficiently strong combat strength can become the Lord of Hell and rule the Hell world." Hell Lord Yellow Springs said in a deep voice. Another old man with white hair who seemed to be older waved it off and smiled bitterly. "You guys can fight for it. I'm already so old, I won't get involved." This was Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Although Hell Lord Bitter Springs was old, no one had been able to shake his status in Bitter Springs Hell for many years. His methods and strength were evident. In my opinion, the 8 of us should head to Frost Springs Hell now. Hell, Lord Heavy Springs said in a deep voice, "Whoever can kill that foreign living being will be the Lord of Hell of this generation." Hell, Lord Serene Springs gave a strange laugh. "Any one of the 8 of us can kill that foreign living being. That's not a fair suggestion." "Not necessarily." Hell, Lord Boundless Springs said, "I heard that Hell, Lord Frost Springs was killed by this person head-on. The combined strength of the entire Frost Springs Palace was unable to take him down as well." Hell, Lord Torment Springs had a calm expression. "Everyone, we can't be careless indeed. This lad has an Emperor weapon called the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was the weapon of Great Emperor Infinite back then." At the mention of Great Emperor Infinite, the 8 Hell Lords present frowned, clearly wary. Hell Lord Torment Springs stood up. "I agree with that method. Whoever can kill this lad shall be the new Lord of Hell." "What if 3 of us attack at the same time and kill him?" Hell Lord Een Springs asked. Hell Lord Torment Springs said, "That's simple. The 3 people can fight for another round, and the last person standing shall be the Lord of Hell." "I agree." "All right." The 8 Hell Lords agreed one after another. Right then, 3 people sped over from the direction of Torment Spring City. They were shockingly fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2706. 2706 One Punch. 2706 One Punch. Who is it? Around the altar, many Nether King and Hell King experts berated. Right now, the experts gathered in Torment Spring City were all powerhouses of the various hells with noble statuses. Right now, the 8 Hell Lords were discussing something important with an army gathered. How could anyone barge in on such an occasion? Furthermore, they were flying through the air and above the heads of the Nether King and Hell King experts. The leader wore a purple robe and a silver mask. His face could not be seen except for his eyes that were exceptionally cold and deep. Behind him was a Hell King expert. The other person was a woman whose cultivation realm was not high. She had yet to reach the level of a Nether General. However, she was beautiful and had a graceful figure. The moment she appeared, everyone was stunned. Many Nether King and Hell King experts looked up. Most of their gazes landed on the beautiful woman instead. Some Nether King and Hell King experts who had been berating loudly earlier on seemed to have lost their anger at that moment as they stared fixedly at the beautiful woman. The 8 Hell Lords looked over, and their eyes lit up when they saw the woman. Suddenly, Hell Lord Boundless Spring smiled and surveyed his surroundings, saying slowly, "I want this woman. I hope everyone won't fight with me for her. After so many years, you're still the same." Hell Lord Bitter Spring sneered. The other Hell Lords were not surprised by Hell Lord Boundless Spring's reaction either. Among the 9 Hell Lords, Hell Lord Boundless Springs was famous for being lecherous. There were 100,000 beauties in his harem in Boundless Springs Hell. Lords, be careful. He's Desolate Marshal from the medium Kiliacosm. Right then, in the crowd below the altar, a Hell King suddenly reminded loudly. He's the one who killed Hell Lord Frost Springs and occupied Frost Springs Hell. Apart from the experts of the 8 Hells, there were also some living beings who escaped from Frost Springs Hell. That Hell King was one of them. The moment that voice sounded, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 levels of waves and caused a huge commotion in the crowd. What? He's Desolate Marshal? How dare that person come here? He only brought 2 people. He really has a death wish. Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. At the same time, the expressions of the 8 Hell Lords changed slightly, and their gazes towards the Marshal Dao Prime Body and the other 2 gradually changed, revealing a stern killing intent. The Marshal Dao Prime Body was expressionless, as though he could not feel any pressure. As for Tang Kong, who was following behind the Marshal Dao Prime Body, Although he was a Hell King expert, he still felt an unprecedented pressure against the black mass of Nether Kings and Hell Kings below. Countless experts of Hell were eager to make a move. If not for the presence of the 8 Hell Lords, the group of Hell experts would have swarmed forward and torn them into pieces. A hint of fear appeared in the depths of Consort Yu's eyes as well. This scene was way too terrifying. Any one of these experts from the 8 Hells gathered here in Torment Spring City were all stronger than her. Every living being of Hell exuded an incomparably powerful aura. With so many experts of Hell gathered together, they formed a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Any living being who entered this aura would feel fear involuntarily. Consort Yu's face turned even paler. However, she did not retreat and merely followed closely behind the martial Tao Prime body. Everyone calmed down. Hell Lord Torment Springs pressed his hands together and smiled gently. Since guests are here, we naturally have to express our friendliness. Who? Many Hell experts raised their weapons that shone with a cold glint and let out strange cries with excited expressions. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen to this outsider. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao Prime body arrived on the altar with Tang Kong and Consort Yu and landed on the empty seat that belonged to Hell Lord Frost Springs. You're just in time. Hell Lord Ian Springs grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. We're discussing the selection of a new Lord of Hell. Do you want to join in as well? Not interested. The martial Tao Prime body said indifferently. The 8 Hell Lords were stunned for a moment before exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. The crowd below the altar hooted as well. Many Hell experts looked at the martial Tao Prime body on the altar as though they were watching a joke who did not realize what was about to happen. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime body shifted and swept past the 8 Hell Lords. He went straight to the point and asked, I want to return to the medium Kiliakosm. Do any of you have a solution? Ha ha ha. This time round, even louder laughter broke out before the 8 Hell Lords could speak. Is there something wrong with this person's head? He wants to return to the medium Kiliakosm? Hey, mass person, think about how to survive first. Someone laughed loudly. Tizke, hisse, look at how different the tone of the people from the medium Kiliakosm are. Are they questioning or asking for guidance? The 8 Hell Lords had different expressions as well. However, they looked at the martial Tao Prime body with similar gazes. In the eyes of the 8 Hell Lords, the martial Tao Prime body was already a dead man. Hell Lord Boundless Springs' gaze lingered on Consort Yu almost non-stop. At that moment, Hell Lord Boundless Springs could not wait any longer. He stood up and waved his hand. I'll leave this person to you guys. I'll take this woman away and have some fun first. When she saw Hell Lord Boundless Springs walking over, Consort Yu hid behind the martial Tao Prime body instinctively. Under Hell Lord Boundless Springs' gaze, she felt as though she was naked and extremely uncomfortable. Hell Lord Boundless Springs walked towards Consort Yu and ignored the martial Tao Prime body at the side, reaching out to grab her. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body raised his hand. Although Hell Lord Boundless Springs looked nonchalant, most of his attention was on the martial Tao Prime body, afraid that the latter would suddenly attack. At that moment, when he sensed the attack of the martial Tao Prime body, Hell Lord Boundless Springs smiled smugly. This was his plan. On the surface, he was doing it for Consort Yu. However, in reality, he wanted to force the martial Tao Prime body to attack. That way, he could kill the martial Tao Prime body right away and become the Lord of Hell. The moment those thoughts appeared in Hell Lord Boundless Springs' mind, he realized that something was amiss. The speed and power of the martial Tao Prime body's punch was way too powerful. In fact, it was so powerful that he could not dodge, defend, or feel fear. What kind of punch was that? How could such power appear in the Hell world? Hell Lord Boundless Springs' smile froze on his face. Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched Hell Lord Boundless Springs' head with a tremendous force, shattering it and destroying his essence spirit. Hell Lord Boundless Springs died on the spot. Chapter 2707. 2707 Great Battle. 2707 Great Battle. It was too fast. It was way too sudden. No one present expected the martial Tao Prime body to take the initiative to attack under such circumstances while he was surrounded by countless experts of Hell. Furthermore, he took the initiative to attack one of the 8 Hell Lords, Hell Lord Boundless Springs. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move without any intention of holding back. The entire Torment Springs city fell into a dead silence. The laughter and clamor earlier on suddenly vanished at that moment. All the living beings of Hell widened their eyes in disbelief. Hell Lord Boundless Springs, one of the 8 Hell Lords, had ruled over Boundless Springs Hell for hundreds of thousands of years and was at the top of the Hell world. Yet he died in Torment Springs City, just like that. His head was smashed by a single punch, and he died without even having the chance to retaliate. How was that possible? Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, many living beings of Hell could not believe it. Hell Lord Boundless Springs must have been too careless. That thought flashed through the minds of many experts of Hell. However, in reality, the other 7 Hell Lords sitting on the altar were closer and could see more clearly. Hell Lord Boundless Springs' death was not due to carelessness. It was not as though Hell Lord Boundless Springs did not resist when the martial Tao Prime body attacked. He wanted to dodge and defend. However, he could not do so and was killed by a single punch. It was only at that moment that the 7 Hell Lords put away their contempt and had grim expressions. Kill! Almost at the same time, for of the 7 Hell Lords stood out. Hell Lord Een Springs, Hell Lord Lower Springs, Hell Lord Serene Springs, and Hell Lord Yellow Springs released powerful bloodlines one after another and charged toward Suzimo. Although the 4 Hell Lords were all from the Nether race, their true forms were different. Among them, Hell Lord Yellow Springs' true form was that of a dragon. He transformed into a dragon and circled above the altar. His gigantic dragon body exuded endless might, and his claws were sharp as he charged toward Suzimo with a terrifying aura. Hell Lord Serene Springs was an agile leopard who circled around the martial Tao Prime body continuously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hell Lord Een Springs' true form was extremely similar to humans. However, he was almost transparent and was hidden in the battlefield, faintly discernible. Hell Lord Lower Springs was a gigantic 1000D centipede. Its entire body seemed to be cast from steel, and its 1000 feet slithered, leaving a string of sparks on the stone slabs of the altar. Among the 4 Hell Lords, Hell Lord Lower Springs was the first to arrive. The 1000 feet moved at a shocking speed and arrived before the martial Tao Prime body in the blink of an eye. The gigantic centipede feelers tore through the air and were as thick as arms, like 2 tough iron chains that coiled around the martial Tao Prime body instantly. Hell Lord Lower Springs was delighted. Even experts of the same cultivation realm could not break free from his 2 feelers. With that single move, he had the upper hand. When Hell Lord Lower Springs saw that the martial Tao Prime body was restrained, he closed in hurriedly and raised his head, revealing his gigantic and malevolent fangs, wanting to grind the martial Tao Prime body into pieces and devour him. Boom! Right then, the blood chi in the martial Tao Prime body's body surged, and he shuddered. The centipede feelers that were originally wrapped around him snapped instantly and shattered into several segments that scattered on the ground. The martial Tao Prime body, who had just escaped, suddenly raised his foot and stomped heavily on the 1000D centipede below. That kick used the dermic Tao of the plow heaven stride of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. When Hell Lord Lower Springs realized that something was amiss and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape from the dermic Tao range of the martial Tao prime body's plow heaven stride. The foot of the martial Tao prime body stomped down and exploded Hell Lord Lower Springs' body instantly. The body of the 1000D centipede was broken into two and a large amount of nauseating blood spewed out. The two halves of his body twisted continuously on the altar, and Hell Lord Lower Springs let out an ear-piercing, tragic cry. Prior to this, Hell Lord Lower Springs had held back. However, at that moment he was severely injured and his life was on the line. He no longer dared to hide and released his bloodline phenomenon. A large amount of surging spring water appeared beneath him, and some corpses could vaguely be seen washing towards the martial Tao. Bloodline phenomenon Hell Lower Springs. On the other side, Hell Lord Yellow Springs, Hell Lord Serene Springs, and Hell Lordine Springs did not dare to hesitate and released their bloodline phenomenons one after another. Hell Yellow Springs, Hell Serene Springs, Hell Een Springs, and Hell Lower Springs. The 4 great springs surged at the same time. Instantly, the spring water on the altar of Torment Springs City surged and spread in all directions, as though it had formed a gigantic torrent that wanted to devour and drown everything. Only living beings of the nether race could awaken such bloodline phenomenons. All of these Hell Lords were existences who had cultivated their bloodline phenomenons to the limits. Every single bloodline phenomenon released a dermic Tao of their own hell spring waters. That was also the foundation of the hell world. When the 4 hell spring phenomenons were released, many living beings of hell thought that the battle was over. No living being would be able to survive the impact of the 4 hell spring phenomenons. Rumble. Right then, a deafening bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Immediately after, the figure of the martial Tao prime body seemed to have vanished and was replaced by a gigantic furnace that was burning red. Raging flames burned inside and outside the furnace, emitting a searing heat. What a joke! To think that he would release a fire-type bloodline phenomenon against the hell spring phenomenons. He's truly asking to be humiliated. Fire and water were irreconcilable. The 9 hell spring phenomenons were water-based. However, the phenomenon condensed by the martial Tao prime body was clearly fire-based. In the hearts of all the living beings of hell, the 9 springs of hell were their holy springs, and no flames could match them. The commotion below had just sounded when it dissipated rapidly and eventually fell silent. Right in front of countless living beings of hell, the furnace with raging flames wrapped in the 4 hell springs and showed no signs of extinguishing. On the contrary, the flames inside intensified. The temperature on the altar rose as well. The water of the 4 hell springs began to steam under the burning of the raging flames. Before long, bubbles appeared and boiled. Pissed! The 4 hell springs were burning. What bloodline did this person have? There were 3 hell lords on the altar who had yet to attack. Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs, and Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Initially, the 3 hell lords had calm expressions, as though they did not care about this battle. However, when they saw that, the 3 hell lords frowned. This cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm seemed to be even more troublesome than they had imagined. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body, the heaven and earth furnace. Under the continuous activation of the martial Tao prime body, the power of the heaven and earth furnace became even more ferocious. After the martial Tao entered the martial domain realm, the power of the bloodline phenomenon rose to an even higher level as well. Phew! The flames burned fiercely. Not only did the water from the 4 hell springs in the surrounding burn, they had even begun to evaporate. Chapter 2708. 2708 Might of Hell. 2708 Might of Hell. The reason why the Nether race could rule over all living beings of Hell in the Hell world was because of their special bloodline. That bloodline power came from the 9 springs of Hell. In the minds of all living beings of Hell, the bloodline of the Nether race was invincible. Only the bloodline of the Nether race could defeat the bloodline of the Nether race. The Hell Lords had even stronger bloodlines of the Nether race and were almost unstoppable. But now someone was suppressing the 4 Hell Lords with his bloodline phenomenon. In reality, the news and situation of the battle at Frost Springs Palace had long spread to the Hell Lords. They had a rough understanding of the combat strength of the martial Tao Prime Body as well. In that battle back then, the reason why the martial Tao Prime Body could kill Hell Lord Frost Springs was entirely because he seized the initiative and made use of the Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. In other words, Desolate Marshal's combat strength was at most on par with Hell Lord Frost Springs. Under such circumstances where 4 Hell Lords joined forces, even if Desolate Marshal summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod, he would definitely not be able to defend against their attacks. However, the scene before them shocked the 4 Hell Lords. Desolate Marshal's combat strength was clearly much stronger than what was mentioned. After the martial Tao Prime Body entered the martial domain realm, he did not stop at all and charged to Torment Springs Hell. The living beings of Hell here did not know about this at all. The 8 Hell Lords did not have time to react either. By the time they sensed this, the battle between the 2 sides had already broken out. Hell Lord Boundless Springs was the first to die. The 4 Hell Lords were clearly at a disadvantage in the battle against the martial Tao Prime Body. Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs, and Hell Lord Bitter Springs, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, exchanged glances with strange expressions and did not choose to step forward to help. The strength of Desolate Marshal had indeed exceeded their expectations and was a little troublesome. However, it was not to the point of being uncontrollable. If they could make use of Desolate Marshal to get rid of the other 4 Hell Lords, there would be fewer variables and trouble. Seeing that the 4 Hell Spring bloodline phenomenons could collapse at any moment, the 4 Hell Lords did not dare to hesitate and released their perfected grotto heavens hurriedly. The 4 Hell Lords joined forces and attacked the martial Tao Prime Body once more. Because the Hell world was shattered and the heaven and earth laws were incomplete, the 4 Hell Lords were unable to touch the Emperor realm. However, they had long cultivated, perfected grotto heavens. Their grotto heavens accumulated a tremendous amount of power and surged with auras that could devour mountains and rivers. The heaven and earth furnace of the martial Tao Prime Body was clearly suppressed against the impact of the 4 perfected grotto heavens. The flames inside and outside the furnace contracted continuously and flickered. They were no longer as searing as before. The martial Tao Prime Body had a calm expression as he willed his consciousness and said softly, "Martial Tao Purgatory." Phew! Instantly, a scarlet halo burst forth from the body of the martial Tao Prime Body. Countless mysterious runes condensed on it and enveloped the 4 Hell Lords and their perfected grotto heavens. The scarlet halo exploded with a bang, forming a gigantic domain of flames that was interwoven with countless dermic arts. The entire altar turned into a sea of flames instantly. In this martial Tao Purgatory, there was the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Martial Spirit Fire, Tribulation Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, and Hellfire. The 5 supreme flames intertwined and finally formed this terrifying domain. Every single inch of space in this domain contained the dermic arts and will of the martial Tao. The perfected grotto heavens were enveloped by the martial Tao Purgatory and could not hold on for long. Crack! Crack! The 4 perfected grotto heavens were burned red. The coldness in the grotto heavens had long disappeared and flames even darted out. Large cracks appeared both inside and outside the grotto heavens, and countless scarlet flames burst forth. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive bangs, the 4 perfected grotto heavens collapsed. Hiss, hiss. Hell, Lord Lower Springs, 2 halves rolled continuously in the martial Tao purgatory, and flames spewed from his wounds as he let out a tragic cry. He had just been severely injured by the martial Tao prime body, and his body was crushed. Now that he was burned by the martial Tao purgatory and lost the protection of his perfected grotto heaven, he could not hold on any more. In the blink of an eye, he fell silent and lay motionless on the ground. His originally pitch-black and cold carapace had already turned red from the heat. After more than 10 breaths, it gradually melted. To think that the great Hell Lord Lower Springs would meet with such a tragic end. His essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. The remaining 3 Hell Lords did not have it easy either. Initially, Hell Lord Een Springs' true form was hiding in the dark, prepared to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, once the martial Tao prime body's domain was released, he was burned by countless flames and had nowhere to hide. Among the 4 Hell Lords, his bloodline and body were relatively weak. If even Hell Lord Lower Springs could not defend against the martial Tao purgatory, he stood no chance. In less than 10 breaths, he was burned to ashes by the martial Tao purgatory. Hell Lord Serene Springs transformed into a phantom leopard. Seeing that he was no match for the other party, he wanted to escape before his grotto heaven collapsed. However, the domain was not a place where he could enter and leave at will. Hell Lord Serene Springs wanted to escape from the martial Tao purgatory, but he bumped into the barrier outside the domain and was stopped. He charged continuously and released all his trump cards, wanting to break through the barrier. However, as time passed, his perfected grotto heaven collapsed, and his strength depleted rapidly. In the end, Hell Lord Serene Springs was burned to death at the edge of the martial Tao purgatory. Before he died, his eyes widened as he looked outside the altar, filled with fear and indignation. The dragon body that Hell Lord Yellow Springs transformed into wandered above the nearly dry Yellow Springs, lasting the longest. Seeing that there was no way out, Hell Lord Yellow Springs let out a resounding dragon roar and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. Since there was no way out, he could only fight to the end. Hell Lord Yellow Springs was covered in flames as he charged forward. His gigantic dragon head lowered slightly, and he raised a pair of tough dragon horns, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. Dragon horns were the toughest part of the dragon body. This was Hell Lord Yellow Springs' desperate attempt. Even grotto heaven, dermic treasures would be shattered by him. Right in front of many living beings of Hell, the martial Tao prime body standing on the altar was as insignificant as an ant compared to the gigantic dragon head of Hell Lord Yellow Springs. However, the moment the 2 of them collided, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. There was no earth-shaking collision. Hell Lord Yellow Springs charged over, and the martial Tao prime body raised his hand slowly. He extended his palm and grabbed the indestructible dragon horn in front of everyone. Just like that, the massive body of Hell Lord Yellow Springs stopped in midair and could not advance an inch. To be able to defend against Hell Lord Yellow Springs' mighty charge barehanded with a body of flesh and blood, what kind of terrifying power was that? Many living beings of Hell were shocked. Before everyone could react, the martial Tao prime body raised his hand once more, clenched his fist, and smashed down. Crack! The head of Hell Lord Yellow Springs was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Hell Lords were dead. Chapter 2709. 27093 great quasi-emperors. 27093 great quasi-emperors. In Torment Spring City, experts of the 8 hells gathered. The living beings of hell were dense and spread out of the city, covering the mountains and plains innumerable. But now, the 4 hell lords had died in front of so many living beings of hell, just like that. The visual and mental impact was way too great. Many living beings of hell could not react in time and were stunned on the spot. On the altar, in the martial Tao purgatory, apart from the martial Tao prime body, Tang Kong and Consort Yu were also present. Although they were also in this domain, only the 4 hell lords died tragically on the spot. Tang Kong and Consort Yu were unharmed. This was the power of the martial Tao prime body's meticulous control of the domain. Tang Kong was invigorated. Although he knew that the combat strength of the martial Tao prime body would increase greatly after his breakthrough, he did not expect it to reach that level. What kind of power is this? Hell Lord Torment Springs frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be a grotto heaven or any dharmic Tao of the medium Kiliacosm. Hell Lord Heavy Springs stood up slowly and removed the gigantic axe on his back. He grinned at the martial Tao prime body. No matter what dharmic Tao it is, you have to die here today to accompany them. Hell Lord Bitter Springs sighed. At my age, I was initially unwilling to care about this matter. However, you killed someone from hell. I can't sit back and do nothing. Do you think that you can kill wantonly without restrictions just because the hell world is in the Dharma ending era? Hell Lord Torment Springs waved it off. There's no need to talk to him. Let him see our true strength. The moment he said that Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs, and Hell Lord Bitter Springs released their grotto heavens at the same time and suppressed the domain of the martial Tao prime body. The moment the grotto heavens of the 3 hell lords were released, the martial Tao prime body sensed that something was amiss. There was clearly an even more terrifying power hidden in the grotto heavens of the 3 of them, causing their grotto heavens to transform to another level. This is... Tang Kong also sensed the power fluctuation contained in the grotto heavens of the 3 hell lords, and his expression changed starkly as he exclaimed, "Quasi-Emperor!" There was already a trace of world power cultivated in the grotto heavens of the 3 hell lords. This also meant that the 3 hell lords were half a step into the emperor realm and were already quasi-emperors. That's right. Hell Lord Heavy Springs grinned smugly. The reason why the 3 hell lords were so confident and calm was because they had something powerful to rely on. The world is shattered, the great Tao is damaged, and the laws and incomplete. How can you guys... Tang Kong was still in disbelief with a shocked expression. The Emperor realm was not something that could be achieved by cultivating with abundant resources. Which of them kings who could cultivate to the grotto heaven realm did not have endless resources? However, how many people could step into the Emperor realm in the end? The main point of the Emperor realm was to control world power. In order to transform one's grotto heaven into a world, one first had to comprehend the world they were in. They had to sense the motions of the world and comprehend the many laws. Only by continuously fusing those insights into one's grotto heaven and accumulating them could they cause it to transform and condense a world. Grotto heaven experts of the medium Kiliacosm had to comprehend and compare against the medium Kiliacosm. After the Hell world entered the Dharma ending era, the reason why no Emperor realm experts were born was because this world was shattered and the great Tao was damaged with incomplete laws. This was an incomplete world. So how could they comprehend the true world? Therefore, although the Hell Lords controlled almost endless cultivation resources, they could not advance to the Emperor realm. The fact that Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs, and Hell Lord Yellow Springs could comprehend a trace of world power even with the shattered world was practically the limit of what they could do. It was no exaggeration to say that if the three Hell Lords were thrown into the medium Kiliacosm, they would be able to advance to the Emperor realm very quickly and become true emperors. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. 3 quasi-emperor experts had indeed exceeded his expectations. With his current lesser mastery of the martial Tao domain, he was still unable to fight against the grotto heavens of quasi-emperors. He should be able to fight against a single quasi-emperor using the Hell Suppression Tripod. However, now that 3 quasi-emperors attacked at the same time, the pressure on the martial Tao prime body increased exponentially. If he did not know what happened to the Green Lotus True Body, the martial Tao prime body could have made other choices, such as leaving with Tang Kong and consort Yu first to avoid the quasi-emperors. Although the 3 quasi-emperors were powerful, it was impossible for them to stop him. But now it was unknown if the Green Lotus True Body was dead or alive. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for the Green Lotus True Body. Boom! 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 The 3 Hell Lords did not give the martial Tao prime body much time to catch his breath at all. The 3 quasi-emperor grotto heavens charged continuously and attacked the martial Tao purgatory. More than half of the flames in the martial Tao purgatory were extinguished. The range of the martial Tao domain shrank continuously as well. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved, and an ancient bronze square tripod flew out from his glabella, emitting a shuddering might. The moment the Hell Suppression Tripod descended, the grotto heavens of the 3 Hell Lords were clearly suppressed. Gore! Roar! Shriek! Hiss! Immediately after, the 4 sacred souls on the Hell Suppression Tripod woke up and fell off, surrounding Hell Lord Heavy Springs. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body targeted Hell Lord Heavy Springs as well. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he had to use all his strength to kill one of the Hell Lords first. Hell Lord Heavy Springs was Su Zimo's first target. You want to kill me? Hell Lord Heavy Springs could tell Su Zimo's intentions as well and grinned fearlessly. Instead, he charged over with his gigantic axe with a torrential aura. The martial Tao prime body moved and welcomed it. Splash! The sound of a tsunami sounded from the bodies of the 3 Hell Lords at the same time. The bloodline phenomenons of the 3 Hell Lords were released as well. The grotto heavens and bloodline phenomenons of 3 quasi-emperors descended at the same time. The martial Tao purgatory that was already shaky could not defend against them at all. Shing! 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 The flames in the martial Tao purgatory were washed away by the 3 Hell Springs and extinguished instantly. The figure of the martial Tao prime body was exposed to the attacks of the 3 Hell Lords. On the other side, the 4 sacred souls had already arrived beside Hell Lord Heavy Springs. The azure dragon coil, the white tiger bit, the vermilion bird burned, and the black tortoise charged. The 4 sacred souls did not defend or dodge. Under the urging of the martial Tao prime body, they released their strongest attacks and tore a crack in Hell Lord Heavy Springs' grotto heaven by sacrificing themselves. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified as he charged through the crack. However, apart from the protection of a quasi-emperor grotto heaven, Hell Lord Heavy Springs also had the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Heavy Springs. The martial Tao prime body ignored the corrosive damage of Hell Heavy Springs and relied on his powerful true martial Tao body to break through the spring and arrive before Hell Lord Heavy Springs. Good timing. Hell Lord Heavy Springs had a ferocious gaze and had no intention of dodging. He raised his gigantic axe and slashed towards the head of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs had already arrived behind the martial Tao prime body with 2 quasi-emperor grotto heavens and bloodline phenomenons. Chapter 2710. 2710 Tao body shattered. 2710 Tao body shattered. The martial Tao prime body ignored the attacks of Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs behind him and glared at Hell, Lord Heavy Springs with a burning gaze. It was impossible to break the alliance of the three of them unscathed. The only way he could turn the situation around was by taking risks. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body believed in the strength of the true martial Tao body. He trusted that he could withstand a single blow from Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs. Naturally, Hell, Lord Heavy Springs would not retreat against the murderous martial Tao prime body. Firstly, he was a quasi-emperor expert and did not have to cower in fear. Secondly, the only way he would lose was if the martial Tao prime body killed him within a breath. Otherwise, even if Desolate Marshal did not die, he would be severely injured when the attacks of Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs descended. At that time, he would take the opportunity to counterattack and kill this person on the spot. Against Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' gigantic axe, the martial Tao prime body did not dodge or even defend. In fact, he chose to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' head. He went on the offensive against their attacks without holding back. What a lunatic! Hell, Lord Heavy Springs cursed internally. It was clear that Desolate Marshal was going at it with his life. In his opinion, the martial Tao prime body knew that he would not be able to escape death. That was the reason why he was so crazy and wanted to take him down before he died. A life for a life. Hell, Lord Heavy Springs, did not want to die. If he was killed by the martial Tao prime body, Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs would stand to gain in the end. Furthermore, in the current situation, the three of them had the upper hand with their quasi-emperor cultivation realms. There was no need for him to take this risk. The moment those thoughts flashed through his mind, Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' aura naturally weakened. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified, and his eyes burned with two purple flames. That opening was almost undetectable. Even if somebody could sense it, it would be difficult for them to pose any substantial threat to Hell, Lord Heavy Springs. However, the martial Tao prime body would not let go of such an opportunity. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and released a deafening myriad beings sound. Roar! Instantly, it was as though millions of living beings were shouting in Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' ears. The impact was way too strong and sudden. Hell, Lord Heavy Springs shuddered and felt his ears buzz. His consciousness paused for a moment, and the gigantic axe in his hand was a tad slower as well. Under normal circumstances, even a perfected Grotto Heaven Immortal King expert would most likely die from the roar of the myriad beings sound of the martial Tao prime body at such a distance. However, Hell, Lord Heavy Springs was a quasi-emperor expert after all. In the blink of an eye, he snapped back to his senses. Right then, a shadow descended before his eyes. It was already too late for him to retreat and dodge. Crack! The Hell Suppression Tripod smashed down violently and struck the top of Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' head with the sound of bones cracking. Even the body of a quasi-emperor could not defend against the emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. Hell, Lord Heavy Springs' head was shattered by the Hell Suppression Tripod, and his essence spirit was destroyed. The entire process happened in an instant. That instant was all that mattered in a fight between top experts. The moment the martial Tao prime body released the myriad beings sound and summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod to smash Hell, Lord Heavy Springs to death, the attacks of Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs had already descended on him. Under the siege of the three quasi-emperors, the martial Tao prime body would definitely pay the price for killing Hell, Lord Heavy Springs forcefully. Two quasi-emperor Grotto Heavens and bloodline phenomenons struck the true martial Tao body. The martial Tao prime body shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The true martial Tao body almost exploded and his clothes were torn. Terrifying blood scars appeared on the surface of his body, and a terrifying power was still raging in his body. If not for the fact that the martial Tao prime body used the martial Tao furnace and martial Tao techniques to temper this true martial Tao body all year round, that single move would have been enough to destroy his essence spirit. He's not dead yet. A look of shock and fear flashed through the eyes of Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs as well. Even if the two of them were in his shoes, they might not be able to defend against such a terrifying power. Of course, Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision, not giving the martial Tao prime body any chance to catch his breath. After the two quasi-emperor grotto heavens and two bloodline phenomenons, their quasi-emperor weapons descended at the same time. Hell, Lord Torment Springs waved a pitch-black sword in his hands. Sharp barbs grew on the spine of the sword like the fangs of a gigantic beast. Hell, Lord Yellow Springs waved a withered yellow staff, and the aura of the Yellow Springs filled the air. The pitch-black sword descended from the skies and slashed through the body of the martial Tao prime body. The true martial Tao body had just almost collapsed and exploded, now that it was slashed by Hell, Lord Torment Springs' quasi-emperor weapon. It could not defend and was sliced into two. The withered yellow staff pointed forward, and a gigantic yellow torrent struck the remnant body of the martial Tao prime body. The immense power shattered the true martial Tao body into pieces, and a blood mist burst forth. It was over. When Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs saw that, they heaved a sigh of relief. The hearts of the two of them skipped a beat when they saw that the body of the martial Tao prime body could withstand the full-powered attack of the two of them and not die. Fortunately, this person was severely injured and was at the end of his rope. That was the reason why he was killed by their weapons. A look of sorrow and pity flashed through Tang Kong's eyes before there was only calmness left. He had long expected this day and was mentally prepared. As long as the martial Tao prime body died, he would definitely be buried with him. Consort, you looked at this scene in a daze, and her mind went blank. The many living beings of Hell around the altar finally snapped out of their stupor and shouted one after another. Of course, among the experts of the 8 hells, there were many with conflicted expressions. Indeed, the Hell world won this battle. However, the price paid for this outsider of the medium Kiliacosm was way too great. Of the 9 Hell lords, only 2 were still alive and the rest were already dead. This was equivalent to the 9 Hells experiencing a huge bloodbath. The living beings of Hell below the altar cheered continuously. However, before long, the cheers gradually died down. In the end, there was complete silence. All the living beings of Hell widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the altar in disbelief. Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs had long noticed the abnormality. After Desolate Marshall died earlier on, his shattered body vanished strangely. Right where he died, a gigantic, dark grotto heaven appeared. However, there was clearly a life force in the gloom grotto heaven. Well, she's not dead. Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs had bewildered expressions as they stared fixedly at the dark grotto heaven not far away. Even with the knowledge of the 2 Hell lords, they did not understand what was going on. A minor grotto heaven. The 2 Hell lords probed and felt relieved. Hell, Lord Torment Springs sneered, "Stop with the pretense. So what if you've transformed into a grotto heaven? I'll just kill you again." Chapter 2711. 2711 Blood Pupil. 2711 Blood Pupil. The martial Tao prime body was wary and did not use the essence martial grotto heaven the entire time. However, his true martial Tao body was shattered by 2 quasi-emperor experts, and the essence martial grotto heaven naturally appeared. His true martial Tao body was the essence martial grotto heaven. Only when two quasi-emperor experts shattered and destroyed his essence martial grotto heaven could he be considered to have truly died. Of course, his essence martial grotto heaven was only at lesser mastery and could not fight against the two hell lords. The power of a quasi-emperors were indeed terrifying. When the two quasi-emperors joined forces, they even shattered the true martial Tao body that had already stepped into the martial domain realm. Not only did the true martial Tao body contain the dermic Tao of the martial Tao, there was also a domain formed by countless dermic arts. Even then, he could not defend against the onslaught of the two quasi-emperors. Of course, the injuries of the martial Tao prime body were not as serious as the two hell lords had imagined. The true martial Tao body shattered and the essence martial grotto heaven appeared. In the battle earlier on, he killed 6 hell lords in succession. For perfected grotto heavens of hell, lords were devoured by his martial Tao purgatory. After the martial Tao purgatory devoured the perfected grotto heavens, the power of the grotto heavens and the dermic Tao nurtured in them surged into the essence martial grotto heaven. In other words, after he cultivated his domain, the martial Tao prime body no longer had to release his essence martial grotto heaven to devour other grotto heavens. The martial Tao purgatory alone could help the essence martial grotto heaven grow. At that moment, apart from countless dermic arts, there was also a huge life force in the perfected grotto heavens of the 4 hell lords. As the essence martial grotto heaven refined and absorbed the massive life force, the injuries of the true martial Tao body healed rapidly. Right then, a commotion sounded from the depths of the essence martial grotto heaven. The netherworld treasure mirror. The strange dermic treasure fell silent after being burned by the soul lantern for a long time. But now that the true martial Tao body was shattered, a large amount of essence blood burst forth and was devoured by the netherworld treasure mirror. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in the heart of the martial Tao prime body. After the netherworld treasure mirror devoured a large amount of his essence blood, he seemed to have established a connection with the mirror. Initially, he did not know how to control the treasure mirror. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body's spirit consciousness moved and the netherworld treasure mirror followed his consciousness, flying out of the essence martial grotto heaven. Hell Lord Yellow Springs stared at the dark grotto heaven not far away and narrowed his old eyes, not advancing rashly. That dark grotto heaven posed no threat to him. However, there seemed to be something extremely terrifying in the depths of the dark grotto heaven that made his heart palpitate. That feeling disappeared in a flash, as though it was an illusion. However, Hell Lord Yellow Springs was still wary. He had never felt such a palpitation ever since he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Out of caution, Hell Lord Yellow Springs did not choose to attack with Hell Lord Torment Springs. With Hell Lord Torment Springs' quasi-emperor cultivation, it was simply easy for him to destroy a minor grotto heaven. If Hell Lord Torment Springs killed Desolate Marshal completely, there was no harm in giving him the position of Lord of Hell. Hell Lord Torment Springs stepped forward and glared at the dark grotto heaven not far away. He sneered and waved the pitch-black sword in his hand, stabbing towards the dark grotto heaven. Right then, a dark light suddenly flew out from the essence martial grotto heaven and blocked Hell Lord Torment Springs' pitch-black sword. It was a dark circular mirror that looked a little ancient. The sound of metal clashing sounded when Hell Lord Torment Springs' pitch-black sword struck the treasure mirror. Immediately after, Hell Lord Torment Springs shuddered. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sword of the pitch-black sword. Hell Lord Torment Springs' pupils constricted. Tiny cracks had already appeared on the pitch-black sword and were spreading gradually. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sword body. His quasi-emperor weapon was shattered. How was that possible? Hell, Lord Torment Springs looked instinctively at the dark treasure mirror under the sword. The treasure mirror floated slowly, and a sanguine light suddenly appeared in the center of the mirror. Subsequently, it expanded gradually until it was slender and horizontal in the middle of the mirror. The entire mirror was like a single, pitch-black eye. Like a pupil in that eye, the sanguine light glared at Hell, Lord Torment Springs. The moment Hell, Lord Torment Springs, and Hell, Lord Yellow Springs, saw the treasure mirror clearly, their expressions changed in shock and their eyes revealed endless fear. A look of despair enveloped Hell, Lord Torment Springs, when the sanguine light appeared on the treasure mirror. Right in front of everyone, the sanguine light in the treasure mirror suddenly burst forth from the blood pupil within and landed on Hell, Lord Torment Springs. Immediately after, Hell, Lord Torment Springs transformed into a pool of blood and scattered on the altar. The essence spirit of Hell, Lord Torment Springs, could not escape either and was destroyed on the spot. Hell, Lord Torment Springs, a quasi-emperor, died on the spot. Furthermore, his death was extremely tragic and strange. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of blood without any resistance. Pissed. Around the altar, countless experts of Hell gasped and shuddered. For some unknown reason, the aura emitted by the dark treasure mirror made them feel a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The blood pupil that appeared on the treasure mirror made many living beings of Hell shiver. Even Hell, Lord Torment Springs, who was a quasi-emperor, turned into blood on the spot when the blood pupil glanced at him. Who present could defend against it? Netherworld treasure mirror. Suddenly, Hell Lord Yellow Springs shouted, "It's the Netherworld treasure mirror!" The moment they heard those words, many experts of Hell seemed to have awakened the fear that had been sealed in their memories for a long time. Greetings, Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell must have returned. Many living beings of Hell had terrified expressions and were even kneeling towards the treasure mirror above the altar, chanting. Of course, although many living beings of Hell were terrified, they stood on the spot with puzzled expressions. Upon hearing Hell, Lord Yellow Springs shout, the Netherworld treasure mirror in midair suddenly spun slightly. The blood pupil on it turned around and locked onto Hell, Lord Yellow Springs, instantly. Netherworld eye. Hell, Lord Yellow Springs, shuddered when he was targeted by the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror. He knelt on the sacrificial altar with a thud and knelt in the direction of the dark grotto heaven, shouting, Lord of Hell, please spare my life! After killing Hell, Lord Torment Springs, the blood color of the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror clearly dimmed. However, the Netherworld treasure mirror and the sanguine light that appeared on it were still a huge deterrent to Hell, Lord Yellow Springs, and the living beings of Hell present. After seeing Hell, Lord Yellow Springs' actions, the Hell experts who were initially hesitant did not dare to hesitate and knelt on the ground one after another. At some point in time, the figure of the Martial Tao Prime Body had already reappeared with the Netherworld treasure mirror in his hands. Thereafter, an extremely shocking scene appeared in Torment Spring City. With the altar as the center, the dense living beings of Hell knelt down in circles and spread continuously. They extended beyond Torment Spring City until the distant horizons that could not be seen. Chapter 27:12 27:12 Greetings, Mistress. 27:12 Greetings, Mistress. When Tang Kong heard the words Netherworld treasure mirror, his face turned pale as well, and he knelt down hurriedly. On the altar, only the Martial Tao Prime Body and Consort Yu were still standing. Consort Yu had a confused expression and had yet to recover. She had long known that the Netherworld treasure mirror was in the hands of the martial Tao Prime body and that the mirror was once the weapon of the Lord of Hell. However, she did not expect the Netherworld treasure mirror to be so intimidating in the Hell world. The martial Tao Prime body was surprised by the scene before him that happened because he took out the Netherworld treasure mirror. Including Hell, Lord Bittersprings, the living beings of Hell who knelt down were not afraid of him, but the Netherworld treasure mirror in his hands. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hell, Lord Torment Springs, who was a quasi-emperor, was killed the moment the Netherworld treasure mirror appeared. Hell, Lord Torment Springs died too tragically. When the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror glanced at him, he turned into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. According to Hell, Lord Bittersprings, the blood pupil was the Netherworld eye and should be a killing move evolved from the Netherworld treasure mirror. The Netherworld eye was indeed terrifying. In fact, the martial Tao Prime body even wondered if he himself could defend against the sanguine light. The conditions for activating the Netherworld eye were too harsh and required a large amount of essence blood. Even with the powerful bloodline of the martial Tao Prime body, he could barely withstand it. Unless forced, the martial Tao Prime body did not intend to activate the Netherworld treasure mirror and release the Netherworld eye. To be precise, the activation of the Netherworld treasure mirror only required a large amount of essence blood. However, the martial Tao Prime body did not dare to let it devour the bloodlines of other living beings wantonly. With that, the Netherworld treasure mirror would establish a connection with other living beings and completely escape his control. Although the Netherworld treasure mirror was burned by the soul lantern once, it was clearly not completely subdued. The martial Tao Prime body could vaguely sense a powerful will hidden in the depths of the Netherworld treasure mirror. However, the will was wary and had already gone into hiding. The martial Tao Prime body held the Netherworld treasure mirror with a myriad of thoughts. At that moment, Consort Yu snapped out of her daze and looked at the dense, kneeling figures around her. She was the only one who was still standing on the spot, looking extremely outstanding. She hesitated for a moment and knelt down towards the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body seemed to have sensed something and suddenly extended his arm. Before Consort Yu could finish kneeling, he helped her up and shook his head. Consort Yu, there's no need for this between us. Both of them came from Tianhuang and were old friends. Furthermore, Consort Yu had just saved his life. What the martial Tao Prime body did was something extremely normal to him. However, in the eyes of the other living beings of Hell, it seemed to be meaningful. In and out of Torment Springs City, the experts and living beings of the 8 Hells gathered. With Hell, Lord Bittersprings, as the leader, they knelt down. However, only the beautiful woman could stand beside the martial Tao Prime body. What did that mean? In the Hell world, they were strict about hierarchy and statuses. Unless it was someone extremely close to him, no one else was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Hell. Furthermore, the way the martial Tao Prime body addressed her earlier on made many experts even more certain of their guesses. Hell Consort, yes. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs nodded to himself. There should be no mistake. How could the living beings of Hell know that the martial Tao Prime body was addressing her as Consort Yu instead of the Hell Consort? In the eyes of most living beings of Hell, the martial Tao Prime body wielding the Netherworld treasure mirror was the new Lord of Hell. That was because only the Lord of Hell could control and subdue the Netherworld treasure mirror. The Netherworld treasure mirror was once the #1 lethal weapon in the Hell world. Before the Dharma-ending era, only the Lord of Hell could subdue it. The Netherworld treasure mirror was the symbol of the Lord of Hell. Now that someone had descended into the Hell world with the Netherworld treasure mirror, in the hearts of many living beings of Hell, this person was naturally the best choice for the Lord of Hell. Of course, some experts of Hell were still suspicious and were unwilling to admit it. The martial Tao prime body came from the medium Kiliacosm, after all, and was an outsider from another race. He did not have the pure bloodline of the nether race, and was not even a living being of the hell world. Yet, such a person was going to become the Lord of Hell and rule over the 9 hells. Those thoughts flashed through the minds of some experts of hell who remained calm, but did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Ever since the person on the altar descended, he had only said 2 sentences. Thereafter, 8 of the 9 hell lords were already dead. This person was even more terrifying than the former Lord of Hell. Right now, Hell Lord Bittersprings was the only one left who knelt on the altar and begged bitterly despite his old age. Which other living being of Hell would dare to resist? With the death of the 8 Hell Lords and the appearance of the Netherworld treasure mirror, the overall situation was set and no one could shake the status of the martial Tao prime body. Get up! The martial Tao prime body looked at Hell Lord Bittersprings and said indifferently, he had no intention of exterminating them to begin with. If there was truly a way to leave the Hell world, the Hell Lords would probably be the ones to know about it. Hell Lord Bittersprings was delighted and kowtowed hurriedly. Thank you for not killing me, Master. I'll definitely be loyal to you for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, I'll definitely die. Hell Lord Bittersprings was extremely decisive and swore a Tao oath right away. When he saw that the martial Tao prime body was decisive and ruthless in killing, he was afraid that his existence would make the martial Tao prime body suspicious. That was the reason why he made such a solemn oath to reassure the martial Tao prime body. After making the Tao oath, Hell Lord Bittersprings looked at Consort Yu at the side and bowed once more. He was polite and said extremely respectfully, "Greetings, mistress." A blush flashed across Consort Yu's fair face and her eyes were filled with panic. She waved her hand instinctively, wanting to defend herself. At the side, the martial Tao prime body was worried about the green lotus true body and did not let the 2 of them continue chatting. He asked directly, Hell Lord Bittersprings, I want to return to the medium Kiliacosm. Is there any way? Well, Hell Lord Bittersprings had a troubled expression. He hesitated for a moment before probing. Master, you're already the Lord of Hell. Why do you still want to return to the medium Kiliacosm? You've just become the Lord of Hell and is now the master of the Hell world. If you leave right away without a master, we living beings of Hell might fall into chaos once more. As he said that, Hell Lord Bittersprings glanced at Consort Yu beside the martial Tao prime body. There were some things Hell Lord Bittersprings did not say explicitly. However, what he implied was that Consort Yu's cultivation realm was too low and it might not be a problem for the martial Tao prime body to leave for the time being. As time passed by without a leader, the Hell world would definitely fall into chaos again. At that time, it would probably be difficult for this Hell consort to protect herself. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently, she can just leave with me. When she heard that, Consort Yu shook her head. I'd better stay here. Consort Yu lowered her head slightly and did not meet the gaze of the martial Tao prime body. She said softly, if you want to come back in the future, come and visit me. Chapter 2713 2713 Ghost Race 2713 Ghost Race. The martial Tao prime body was silent. He could roughly guess Consort Yu's thoughts. Although Consort Yu still retained the memories of her previous life, she was transformed from the Hell Frost Springs and had already become a true nether race being. Only the special environment of the Hell world was suitable for Consort Yu to cultivate. Furthermore, even if Consort Yu returned to the medium Kiliacosm with him, she would be incompatible with the environment of the medium Kiliacosm due to her identity as a nether race being. Apart from the 2 guesses of the martial Tao prime body, Consort Yu had another thought. The martial Tao prime body had already become the Lord of Hell. Although the Hell world was trapped in the Dharma ending era, there are countless living beings in hell. This was an unimaginably massive faction. Consort, you wanted to stay and help the martial Tao prime body control these factions as much as possible. If there came a day when the martial Tao prime body wanted to make use of the power of the hell world, or if he encountered danger in the medium Kiliacosm, he could return to the hell world at any time and take over all the living beings of hell. Of course, Consort you knew that with her strength, she was not enough to suppress this group of hell experts. She could only rely on the notoriety of the martial Tao prime body to forcibly maintain the situation for the time being. There shouldn't be any problems in the near future. However, if too much time passed and the martial Tao prime body still did not return, the hell world would be without a leader and... Consort, you continued, don't worry and leave. I have hell, Lord Bittersprings, protecting me, and nothing will happen. As she said that, Consort, you glanced at Hell, Lord Bittersprings. Hell, Lord Bittersprings, lamented bitterly in his heart, but nodded. Consort, you sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Furthermore, I've already comprehended the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. With my status as the mistress, no one should dare to stop me from cultivating the other 8 Hell Sutras in other hells. Apart from the former Lord of Hell, I might be the second person to master the complete 9 Springs Hell Sutra. The next time you return, I might have already cultivated to the Nether King realm and caught up to you. When the martial Tao prime body saw that Consort you insisted on staying, he nodded and did not persuade her any more. Bitter Springs. The martial Tao prime body looked at Hell, Lord Bittersprings, once more. Do you know of any method of returning to the medium Kiliacosm? Speak your mind, don't worry. When he asked earlier on, Hell Lord Bittersprings' expression clearly fluctuated, as though he had thought of something. Hell Lord Bittersprings pondered for a moment. Under normal circumstances, only the power of a great emperor can break through the barrier between the hell world and the medium Kiliacosm, allowing them to leave at will. I don't know of a way to return to the medium Kiliacosm, Master. However, I know a monster who might be able to help you. Monster. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Hell, Lord Bittersprings explained, this monster is incomparably ugly and is born fiendish. He belongs to the Yiksha race and comes from the ghost world. I don't know what method he used to come to our hell world. Now he's imprisoned by me in the prison of Bittersprings Hell. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body flickered. Hell, Lord Bittersprings, words earlier on revealed a lot of information. Yiksha race, ghost world. When the Green Lotus True Body helped Xia Qingqing fight for the Princess Seal, he had seen traces of the Yiksha race on the Azura battlefield, and some texts and diagrams were passed down. The martial Tao prime body knew those memories clearly as well. According to the records on the Azura battlefield, the Yiksha race had a total of 3 lineages: Earth Yiksha, Heaven Yiksha, and the strongest, mysterious, and rare Void Yiksha. There were no traces of the Yiksha race in the medium Kiliacosm. There was not a single world in the Trikiliacosm that belonged to the Yiksha race. The Yiksha race was extremely mysterious, as though they had appeared in a chaotic era before disappearing. Where was this ghost world that Hell Lord Bittersprings was referring to? There did not seem to be a ghost world in the medium Kiliacosm. Let's go take a look. The martial Tao prime body gestured for Hell Lord Bittersprings to lead the way. At the same time, he looked at Tang Kong and said, accompany Consort you to the other 8 hells and let her browse the other 8 hell sutras. The martial Tao prime body did not hide his voice, and his words spread throughout Torment Spring City. All the living beings of hell heard it clearly. Against the might of the martial Tao prime body, no living being of hell dared to object. Pausing for a moment, the martial Tao prime body sent a voice transmission to Consort Yu's spirit consciousness. Remember to bring back some water from the hell-boundless springs. All right. Consort, you agreed. The four of them split into two groups. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, brought the martial Tao Prime Body to Bitter Springs Hell, while Tang Kong accompanied Consort Yu to the other 8 hells. Many hell experts of Torment Springs Hell dispersed as well. With the teleportation formation of Torment Springs City, the martial Tao Prime Body and Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, descended into the Bitter Springs Palace before long. The moment the martial Tao Prime Body stepped into the Bitter Springs Palace, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly asked, "Is the ghost world you mentioned one of the 6 paths?" "Yes." Hell, Lord Bitter Springs said, "The hungry ghost Tao. One of the 6 paths is the ghost world." Indeed. The martial Tao Prime Body had just recalled that since the Hell Tao of the 6 paths was a world that coexisted with the medium Kiliacosm, it should be the same for the hungry ghost Tao. From the looks of it, the hungry ghost Tao, which was also the ghost world, should be a world that coexisted with the medium Kiliacosm and the Hell world. You just said that the Yiksha race is from the ghost world. As the two of them walked towards the prison of Bitter Springs Hell, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs replied, "That's right. Actually, the Yiksha race is the ghost race." The martial Tao Prime Body recalled the records of Yikshas. Yiksha was a Sanskrit word. The translation of it mentioned that they were extremely agile, could bite ghosts, and had unfathomable movements. In reality, that record had already revealed the origins of the Yiksha race. The martial Tao Prime Body asked again, "According to what I know, there are 3 lineages to the Yiksha race. Which lineage is imprisoned here?" "A void Yiksha." Hell, Lord Bitter Springs said, "Void Yikshas are extremely rare and are the kings of the Yiksha's race. They have immense strength and agile movement techniques. They can even fly into the skies and burrow into the ground, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Furthermore, this Void Yiksha is a perfected Grotto Heaven ghost king." "Oh!" A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao Prime Body. To think that he would have the chance to see a living Void Yiksha in the Hell world. Furthermore, it was even a ghost king Void Yiksha. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs said, "To be honest, Master, although my cultivation realm and combat strength are higher than his, this Void Yiksha is extremely powerful. If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to capture him alive. A perfected Grotto Heaven Void Yiksha could actually escape the suppression of a quasi-emperor expert. In that case, the Void Yiksha was indeed extraordinary." Hell, Lord Bitter Springs said, "The reason why I was able to capture him alive was because he was already covered in injuries and his aura was weak when he arrived at the Hell world. Secondly, Bitter Springs Hell has a great counter for him." The martial Tao Prime Body said, "You're referring to the Hell Bitter Springs, isn't it?" Hell, Lord Bitter Springs smiled and nodded. Each of the 9 springs of Hell had a different power. It was clearly recorded in the ancient book that the Hell Bitter Springs could restrain the ghost race and cause immense damage to them. Chapter 2714. 2714 Nether River. 2714 Nether River. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Bitter Springs Palace. The prison of Bitter Springs, Hell, was built right beside the Hell Bitter Springs and was surrounded by it, forming a forbidden ground. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs opened the prison and brought the martial Tao Prime Body down continuously to the depths underground. Thereafter, he advanced and finally arrived at the secret chamber in the depths of the prison. For Hell, Lord Bitter Springs to imprison the Void Yiksha here so cautiously, it was clear how much he valued the latter. Standing outside the secret chamber, Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled. "To be honest, Master, I didn't kill him and imprison him here the entire time because I valued his capabilities and wanted him to submit to me. However, it's a pity, this monster's temper is too stubborn. He was imprisoned by me for many years but still refused to give in. This monster looks ugly and has a surly personality. Master, be careful later. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless and remained silent. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, opened the secret chamber carefully. It was dark and sinister inside, and the smell of rotting flesh was nauseating. Suddenly, in the depths of the secret chamber, a ball of green flames lit up, illuminating an ugly and sinister face. A pair of bulging and bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at the two of them at the entrance of the secret chamber. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, entered the secret chamber first and cast a dermic art to light it up. The body of the Void Yiksha appeared from the darkness. The Void Yiksha was 30 feet tall, much taller than the martial Tao prime body and Hell, Lord Bitter Springs. Right now, his limbs were chained to the walls around the secret chamber. The martial Tao prime body could clearly see that the flesh of the Void Yiksha that was chained had long rotted and emitted a stench. For example, thick bones could even be seen beneath the rotting flesh on his wrists and ankles. The chains that trapped the Void Yiksha clearly contained some special power. If he was not wrong, those chains were forged from the Hell Bitter Springs. That was the exact reason why the Void Yiksha could be imprisoned here. The Void Yiksha was in a terrible state and his aura was weak. Even so, he glared angrily at the martial Tao prime body and Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, with a ferocious expression. The martial Tao prime body strode forward and arrived near the Void Yiksha. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, followed hurriedly. Indeed, the Void Yiksha was ugly and malevolent. He had greenish-black skin and a hump-shaped head. The hair on him was even burning with green flames. The green flame that first lit up in the secret chamber came from the head of the Void Yiksha. Ordinary people might even be scared out of their wits the first time they caught sight of this Void Yiksha. ARR. The Void Yiksha, who had been calm all along, suddenly extended his neck and stretched forward, letting out a deep roar at the martial Tao prime body. The Void Yiksha opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth that shone with a cold glint. He was less than a foot away from the face of the martial Tao prime body. A violent sound came from the chains on the four walls. If not for those chains of the Bitter Springs, the Void Yiksha might have even pounced on the martial Tao prime body. If it was anyone else, they would have dodged instinctively when such a sinister and terrifying face pounced over. However, the martial Tao prime body did not move at all. In fact, he did not even blink and had a deep gaze. The calmness of the martial Tao prime body seemed to surprise the Void Yiksha as well. Bastard, how dare you? Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, reacted and was enraged. Afraid that the martial Tao prime body might vent his anger on him, he hurriedly circulated his dermic arts and tightened the surrounding chains. The chains on the Void Yiksha contracted once more, and the iron hoop was even stuck in his bones. The power of the Bitter Springs not only corroded the Void Yiksha's bones. The pain made the gigantic body of the Void Yiksha tremble continuously. However, he still did not say anything and merely grit his teeth and endured. The martial Tao prime body raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, to stop. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, understood and temporarily relaxed the chains, retracting his punishment. The martial Tao prime body looked at the Void Yiksha in front of him and said indifferently, "It's our first time meeting, and I don't blame you. Don't let me see you behave as such again." The martial Tao prime body wanted to obtain important information from the Void Yiksha and did not intend to tangle with him anymore. Given the ferocious and unyielding nature of this Void Yiksha, there's a high chance of failure if the soul-searching art was used on it. When he heard the threat of the martial Tao prime body, a hint of disdain flashed through the depths of the Void Yiksha's eyes. He could tell that the purple-robed man before him was only an ordinary human. Weak humans had always been their food. Even if some humans cultivated some powerful bloodlines and many divine powers and secret skills, They could not withstand a single blow from him. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs berated. This is the Lord of Hell who is revered by the 9 hells now. Beast, you'd better behave yourself. Oh! When he heard that, the Void Yiksha let out a strange sound and looked at the martial Tao Prime body in shock, as though he could not believe it. A human had become the Lord of Hell. The old man before him was a quasi-emperor expert and Hell, Lord Bitter Springs. If he was not the one who said those words, the Void Yiksha might have thought that it was a joke. However, immediately after, the Void Yiksha suddenly grinned with a mocking expression. To think that the Hell world had already fallen to such a state and could actually let a human become the Lord of Hell. As the Void Yiksha thought that, he suddenly heard the human in front of him speak. I'm here to ask you something. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, I can let you regain your freedom. When he heard that, a glint flashed through the eyes of the Void Yiksha. Regain freedom. Those words were way too tempting for him. He had been imprisoned here for many years, although he had never submitted to Hell Lord Bitter Springs. He wanted to leave this place and regain his freedom at all times. Ask away. The Void Yiksha spoke with an extremely unpleasant voice, as though a stone had streaked across an iron weapon. I want to head to the medium Kiliacosm. Is there any way? The martial Tao Prime body asked. The Void Yiksha was stunned, as though he had not expected the martial Tao Prime body to have such thoughts. However, before long he shook his head. There's no way. The martial Tao Prime body frowned slightly. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, how did you come to the Hell world from the Ghost world back then? The Nether River. The Void Yiksha said, slowly. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. It was as though the words Nether River possessed a special power that made him feel fear. The Nether River. The martial Tao Prime body frowned. There seemed to be some records of the Nether River in the ancient books of the Hell world, but most of them were vague and secretive. Chapter 2715. 2715 Going Upstream. 2715 Going Upstream. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, seemed to be surprised as well when he heard the words Nether River. He fell into deep thought and murmured, could the Nether River really exist? What do you know? The martial Tao Prime body asked. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs explained. It's said that the Lord of Hell inadvertently mentioned the Nether River once. According to the Lord of Hell back then, the source of the 9 springs of Hell was actually the Nether River. When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime body's heart skipped a beat. Back when he saw the Hell Frost Springs, a thought flashed through his mind. A large part of the formation of the Hell world was due to the existence of the 9 springs of Hell. The 9 springs of Hell provided a large amount of nether chi that could allow living beings of Hell to cultivate in this world. As long as it was a spring, there would definitely be a spring source. For the 9 springs of Hell to have such powerful strength and possess different powers, what was the source of the 9 springs, and where was it? And now, the martial Tao Prime body heard an answer from Hell, Lord Bitter Springs. The Nether River. The martial Tao Prime body pondered for a moment and said, in other words, the Nether River split into 9 different streams and surged into the Hell world, forming the current 9 springs of Hell. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs nodded. Foo-foo. At the side, the Void Yiksha suddenly sneered with disdain. Beast, what are you laughing at? Hell, Lord Bitter Springs' expression darkened as he berated. The Void Yiksha grinned. So the dignified Lord of Hell doesn't even know about the Nether River. Ha ha! Do you think the Nether River exists just to split into the 9 springs of Hell? The main source of the 9 springs of Hell is only a tributary of the Nether River. The Nether River has another tributary that surges into our ghost world, and is also the river of life of our ghost world. When they heard that, the martial Tao Prime body and Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, were shocked. The formation of the 9 springs of hell was merely a tributary of the Nether River. As for the other tributary of the Nether River, it flowed towards the ghost world. The Void Yiksha said proudly, "All of us ghosts were born from the River of Life by Lady Ghost Mother." Lady Ghost Mother. The martial Tao, prime body, narrowed his eyes slightly. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs could tell that the martial Tao prime body was puzzled and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. It said that the honorific title of the Lord of the Ghost World is the Brahma Ghost Mother. The martial Tao, prime body, nodded to himself. In that case, Brahma Ghost Mother should be on the same status and level as the Lord of Hell back then. A special life form like the Nether race was born from the 9 springs of hell. In the ghost world, there was also a river of life that nurtured strange living beings such as the ghost race. Be it the 9 springs of hell or the river of life of the ghost world, they were merely tributaries of the Nether River. What kind of power was contained in the Nether River? It was no wonder why even the ghost king Void Yiksha shuddered in fear at the mention of the Nether River. Where was the Nether River and how was it formed? Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body felt that he was in contact with another world. It was mysterious and vast, filled with endless unknowns, and was completely different from the medium Kiliacosm. As for the Hell world, it might only be the tip of the iceberg of this world. You haven't told us how you came to the Hell world. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs asked. That memory seemed to be extremely painful for the Void Yiksha. He was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "I committed a heinous crime in the ghost world and was exiled by Lady Ghost Mother to the Nether River to fend for myself. I couldn't defend against the power of the Nether River at all. However, by a freak coincidence, I was swept by a countercurrent of the Nether River and accidentally entered another tributary of the Nether River, the 9 springs of hell. Later on, I went with the flow of the 9 springs of hell and finally arrived in the Bitter Springs. The martial Tao prime body was enlightened. If the 9 springs of hell and the river of life of the ghost world had the same source, theoretically speaking, it was indeed possible for the 2 worlds to connect. However, the difficulty was way too great. Otherwise, there couldn't have merely been a single Void Yiksha who drifted over by accident after all these years. However, even though he knew that it was useless in helping him leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "You came from the ghost world. Is there any way to head to the medium Kiliacosm in the ghost world?" The expression of the Void Yiksha changed, as though he had thought of something. However, he did not say anything. "Speak." The martial Tao prime body's gaze was sharp as he caught that flash of movement on the Void Yiksha's face. The Void Yiksha said, "If we were in the ghost world, we might be able to descend into the medium Kiliacosm through the method of sacrificial offerings." The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly. This was the only method of heading to the medium Kiliacosm that he had heard so far. No matter what, he had to give it a try. In that case, let's head to the ghost world first. The martial Tao prime body had already made up his mind. The Void Yiksha shook his head and pouted. "It's a complete coincidence that I was able to arrive at the Hell world. It's impossible for you to follow the 9 springs of hell and swim against the current to enter the Nether River before finding the tributary of the Nether River and entering the ghost world through the River of Life. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your human bloodline and physique, you'll die inside the Nether River if you enter. You won't be able to return alive, let alone find the River of Life through a long period of drifting before entering the ghost world." The martial Tao prime body was silent. In reality, he knew very well that the success rate of this method was indeed low, let alone the danger. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Let him go. The expression of the martial Tao prime body changed as he gestured for Hell, Lord Bitter Springs, to remove the chains on the Void Yiksha. "Master." Hell, Lord Bittersprings said in a low voice, "This beast is unreasonable and unruly. The chains on his body are still intact. How about I hand the other end of the chains to you?" Hell, Lord Bittersprings was not worried that the martial Tao prime body could not subdue the void Yiksha. However, given the methods of the void Yiksha, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to suppress him. There's no need. The martial Tao prime body waved it off with a calm expression. Hell, Lord Bittersprings hesitated for a moment, but still listened to the arrangements of the martial Tao prime body. He released dermic arts and released the chains on the void Yiksha one after another. After regaining his freedom, a look of excitement flashed through the depths of the void Yiksha's eyes. "Can you still walk?" The martial Tao prime body asked. The void Yiksha grinned and nodded. There was not much flesh left on his ankle except for 2 thick ankle bones. However, the void Yiksha still followed closely behind the martial Tao prime body. At first, his footsteps staggered. Before long, the rotten flesh on the void Yiksha's ankle and wrist had already begun to fall off and new flesh appeared. This Ghost King void Yiksha was recovering at a visible speed. Chapter 2716 2716 World Passageways. 2716 World Passageways. The 3 of them quickly arrived beside the Hellbitter Springs. The martial Tao prime body looked at the spring water that surged slowly in the middle of the pool with a deep gaze. Hell, Lord Bitter Springs persuaded, "Master, the power of the Bitter Springs is extraordinary. Not only can it suppress the ghost race, it's also extremely lethal to ordinary living beings. If this was the case for the Hell Bitter Springs, it would be even worse at the legendary Nether River that was the end of the Bitter Springs. But now, if he wanted to return to the medium Kiliacosm, he had no choice but to take the risk. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body was rather interested in the Nether River. If he was not wrong, the reason why the living beings of the Hell world were called the Nether race might be related to the Nether River. "Wait for me here. I'll go down and investigate." After saying that, the martial Tao prime body leaped into the source of the Bitter Springs. His body sank and he vanished. The void Yiksha let out a strange laugh and muttered, "This person actually dared to go down. I'm afraid he won't be able to return after this." Hell, Lord Bitter Springs was silent as he stood by the spring and waited quietly. After the martial Tao prime body entered the source of the Bitter Springs, not only did he have to resist the impact of the spring water, he also had to resist the strange power contained in the Hell Bitter Springs. The martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi, and the sound of a tsunami rumbled from his body, causing him to sink continuously. The spring water surged upwards, and it was equivalent to the martial Tao prime body going against the currents. As he went deeper, the resistance of the spring water and the surrounding pressure, including the strange power in the 9 springs of hell, intensified. The martial Tao prime body stabilized his body, and the Bitter Springs section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra flashed through his mind. He had only read that section of the sutra once. However, he had long comprehended the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Therefore, there were not many obstacles to comprehending the Bitter Springs section, and it could be said that everything was smooth sailing. He was surrounded by the Hell Bitter Springs. When he comprehended the power of the Bitter Springs according to the Bitter Springs section, everything became much easier. Before long, as the martial Tao prime body comprehended the Bitter Springs section continuously, the obstruction of the Hell Bitter Springs towards him decreased as well. The martial Tao prime body continued to sink. Even in the depths of the Hell Bitter Springs, his eyes were still burning with 2 purple flames that reflected everything around him to maintain his vision. There was no direction in the Hell Bitter Springs at all. The martial Tao prime body merely followed the direction of the spring water and moved against the current continuously sinking and advancing at times. After an unknown period of time, the vision of the martial Tao Prime body suddenly cleared up and he saw an extremely shocking scene. At the end of his vision, 8 different rivers vaguely appeared. Like a galaxy that filled the sky, they crossed the endless void and flowed slowly, emitting a completely different aura. The source of the 8 rivers led to another dark and endless river. Including the hell-bitter springs that the martial Tao Prime body was in, there are a total of 9 springs. In other words, the dark and gloomy river ahead was the legendary Nether River. Before he approached the Nether River, the martial Tao Prime body felt a tremendous pressure just by looking at the dark river in the distance. It was as though every single drop of water in the Nether River contained supreme might that could destroy the world and shatter the firmaments. The martial Tao Prime body continued to travel against the current. As he approached the Nether River, the pressure ahead increased. Finally, the martial Tao Prime body arrived at the end of the Hellbitter Springs and stopped. As long as he took another half step forward, he would be able to enter the Nether River. The martial Tao Prime body stood in front of the Nether River and felt extremely tiny. His strength seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from the Nether River. Even when he faced the Builder Tree back then, he had never felt such a feeling. The martial Tao Prime body hesitated for a moment before charging into the Nether River. The Nether River was bone-chilling. Compared to it, the power of the 9 springs of hell was like mud. The martial Tao Prime body forcefully channeled the martial Tao Purgatory to defend against the power of the Nether River. However, the water of the Nether River surged continuously, and the martial Tao Purgatory swayed. He wanted to swim upwards and break through the surface of the Nether River to arrive above it. However, it was as though countless gigantic hands were pulling his body from within the Nether River, causing him to sink continuously. It was already extremely fortunate that he could maintain his figure in the Nether River and not sink to the bottom, let alone break through the water. Most importantly, the water of the Nether River was forceful and pushed him downstream. According to the Void Yiksha, he followed the flow of the Nether River's current and arrived at the 9 springs of hell. If he wanted to head to the ghost world, he had to go against the flow of the Nether River. Given his current strength, he could not do it at all. The martial Tao Prime body did not stay in the Nether River for long before retreating hurriedly and returning to the 9 springs of hell. No. If the martial Tao Prime body allowed the Nether River to control the direction, he would not know where he would end up going. Furthermore, given his current physique, bloodline, and cultivation realm, he could not last long in the Nether River. After pondering for a moment, the martial Tao Prime body could only return the way he came. This time round, he flowed down the Hellbitter Springs at a much faster speed. Before long, he arrived at the source of the bitter springs. The martial Tao Prime body broke out of the water and returned to the Bitter Springs Palace, panting slightly. Oh! A look of surprise flashed through the Void Yiksha's eyes when he saw that the martial Tao Prime body had returned alive. He could smell the unique aura of the Nether River from the martial Tao Prime body. In other words, this person had really entered the Nether River before. This method won't work. The martial Tao Prime body stared at the Void Yiksha and said slowly. The Void Yiksha grinned and shrugged. Pausing for a moment, the Void Yiksha's bulging eyes darted around. Suddenly he said, "There's another way to head to the ghost world through the netherworld. Enter the 6 paths of reincarnation through the netherworld." The martial Tao Prime body's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Void Yiksha nodded. Back then, Consort Yu had mentioned something about the netherworld to him. According to Consort Yu, the netherworld was independent of the 6 paths but connected to them. After all living beings died, their souls would enter the netherworld and enter the 6 paths to reincarnate. The martial Tao Prime body asked again, "How do I head to the netherworld?" The souls in the netherworld could enter the hell world, one of the 6 paths. However, The living beings of the hell world could not enter the netherworld in reverse. Unless one possessed the power of a great emperor like the Lord of Hell and could disregard the laws to break through the barrier between two worlds at will. The Void Yiksha said, "From what I know, there are some connections and passageways between the hell world and the netherworld." The gaze of the martial Tao Prime body shifted to Hell Lord Bitter Springs at the side. Hell Lord Bitter Springs had not mentioned this to him. Hell Lord Bitter Springs explained hurriedly, "Master, there are indeed two passageways connecting the netherworld and the hell world. However, there are still law barriers at the connection points. Even I can't break them." Chapter 2717 2717 Suppression 2717 Suppression. Hell Lord Bitter Springs continued, "Master, you should have heard that there's a yellow springs in the netherworld. The yellow springs water inside can wash away the memories of the souls of living beings in their previous lives. Actually, the yellow springs of the netherworld flowed over from our hell yellow springs." The martial Tao Prime body nodded to himself. Back then, when he saw the records of the hell yellow springs, he thought of some legends about the soup of oblivion and the yellow springs road in the netherworld. Now it was proven. The source of the yellow springs in the netherworld was the water of the yellow springs of the hell world. "There's another passageway?" The martial Tao Prime body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs said, "The other is the number 1 hell, Torment Springs Hell. The water in the hell Torment Springs flows down and leads to the core of the netherworld, Mount Fengdu." The martial Tao Prime body said, "In other words, theoretically speaking, one can reach the netherworld by following the hell yellow springs or the hell torment springs." "It's true." Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled bitterly. "However, there are still barriers at the intersection points of the two passageways that are difficult to break." The martial Tao Prime body pondered in silence. Since the netherworld and hell world were connected by the yellow springs and torment springs, even though there were barriers at the intersection points, they would definitely be relatively weaker. Perhaps he could give it a shot. "Let's try these two passageways." The martial Tao Prime body was worried about the Green Lotus True body and was prepared to move immediately without hesitation. At the side, the Void Yiksha suddenly said, "I advise you not to try the passageway at the Hell Torment Springs. The other end of the Hell Torment Springs leads to Mount Fengdu. The Lord of the Netherworld, Great Emperor Fengdu, presides over it. Even if you can rush over, it'll be equivalent to committing suicide." "He's right." Hell Lord Bitter Springs nodded as well. "This method violates the rules and laws between the two major worlds after all. Once we're discovered, we might indeed attract a fatal disaster." If the passageway of the Hell Torment Springs could not work, the only passageway left was the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao Prime body brought the Void Yiksha with him and bade farewell to consort you before heading to Yellow Springs Hell, prepared to follow the flow of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao Prime body knew very little about the netherworld and the ghost world. Even if he could leave the hell world, that was only the first step. If he wanted to return to the medium Kiliacosm successfully, he had to bring this Void Yiksha with him. The bloodline of this Void Yiksha was indeed extraordinary. In less than 2 hours, the injuries on the Void Yiksha's wrist and ankle had mostly healed and a large amount of flesh grew. The Void Yiksha's complexion and mental state were clearly much better. After the martial Tao Prime body left, he did not have Hell Lord Bitter Springs follow him. Instead, he instructed the latter to stay by the side of Consort Yu. He did not know when he would return after leaving this time round. Without a master, it was difficult for Consort Yu to rule over the masses convincingly. The only way to stabilize the situation was to give her the assistance of Hell Lord Bitter Springs, a quasi-emperor. The two of them descended in the Yellow Springs Palace and sped in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Yiksha followed behind the martial Tao Prime body. His eyes darted around, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face with a sinister gaze. Hell, Lord Bittersprings, was no longer here, and this was his best chance to escape. Although he had yet to recover to his peak state, it was enough to deal with a human. Even if he was no match for this human, he should be able to escape with his capabilities. From then on, no one in the world could trap him. Although he could not return to the ghost world, it was not bad for him to roam freely in the hell world. The martial Tao prime body did not turn back. His back was facing the void yiksha the entire time, as though he was unprepared. However, in reality, his spirit perception had already reacted the moment the void yiksha felt hostility towards him. However, the martial Tao prime body was calm and did not care. The void yiksha had been imprisoned by Hell, Lord Bittersprings, for so many years and suffered all sorts of torture. There was a lot of frustration in his heart. So how could he be willing to be controlled by others? One after another, the two of them were about to step into the Yellow Springs Palace when the void yiksha attacked. The moment the void yiksha attacked, he did not hold back and released a powerful blood chi. The long hair on his head burned and his muscles were knotted, turning greenish-black with a terrifying and violent aura. The void yiksha reached out and grabbed the neck of the martial Tao prime body. The nails of his palms extended slowly and were incomparably sharp. They shone with a cold glint and could even penetrate most divine weapons. Humph! The martial Tao prime body did not turn back and merely waved his robe behind him. A mist spread out from his sleeve and enveloped the void yiksha. Ah! The moment the mist scattered down, the void yiksha let out a tragic cry. Green smoke billowed from his body, and his flesh rotted with a sizzling sound. Why, you actually hid water of the bitter springs with you. The void yiksha was shocked and furious. Previously, the martial Tao prime body followed the hell bitter springs and sank continuously. When he arrived in front of the Nether River, he collected some water from the bitter springs on the way back. He had expected the void yiksha to do this. The water of the bitter springs was meant to make the void yiksha suffer. When the void yiksha saw that the martial Tao prime body had the water of the bitter springs, he changed his mind hurriedly and shouted, "Unfathomable!" He did not dare to stay any longer and soared into the air. In a flash, he left behind a ghostly shadow and his true body vanished, wanting to escape. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved, and he conjured hand seals. A scarlet flame burst forth from his body and spread continuously, forming a domain that enveloped the void yiksha. Phew! In this domain, flames surged into the skies and burned. In the blink of an eye, the void yiksha fell into a sea of flames. "You want to burn me?" When the void yiksha saw the martial Tao prime body release a flame-type divine power, he was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted and summoned his perfected grotto heaven. Ghost chi surged from it as he laughed loudly. The ghost race is the least afraid. Before the void yiksha could finish, he stopped. The void yiksha's eyes widened with a bewildered expression. What flame is this? Even the perfected grotto heaven he had just released could not withstand the flames. In just a few breaths, cracks appeared on his perfected grotto heaven, and it could collapse at any moment. It was only at that moment that the void yiksha realized that he had encountered a tough opponent. How is that possible? What technique is this? The void yiksha's mind was in chaos. Without any time to think, he turned to escape. However, the martial Tao purgatory had a border barrier that was condensed from runes of countless martial Tao techniques. It was not something that the void yiksha could escape from just because he wanted to. Boom! The void yiksha collided against the border of the martial Tao purgatory with a loud bang, and his skin was charred black. He fell to the ground and returned to the purgatory. "I told you not to let me see you behave as such again." Right then, the voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded slowly in the raging flames. The void yiksha turned around and saw a figure. Chapter 2718. 2718 stunned. 2718 stunned. Roar! The void Yiksha had a violent expression. Even though he was injured by the water of the bitter springs and martial Tao purgatory, he still glared fiercely at the martial Tao prime body and let out a roar. If you want me to submit, don't use that water of the bitter springs. The void Yiksha ground his teeth and cackled. If you have the guts, remove this flame barrier and fight me openly. The martial Tao prime body did not stop in his tracks. With a thought, the martial Tao purgatory dissipated instantly. This time round, the void Yiksha was stunned. He merely said that casually because he had no way out. To think that this human would really remove the surrounding flames. Given his innate divine power, as long as he wanted to escape, this human would definitely not be able to catch him. However, the fact that this person was so cocky made him embarrassed to just turn and escape. He was a king expert of the Yiksha race of void Yiksha. If a void Yiksha like him turned around and fled in the face of a human, it would be a huge humiliation that he could not afford. Foolish human, I'll let you see the difference between you humans and our Yiksha race today. The void Yiksha rubbed his palms together and grinned sinisterly. You'll pay the heaviest price for your stupidity. In the opinion of the void Yiksha, the reason why the martial Tao prime body was so arrogant was clearly because he fell for his provocation. His perfected grotto heaven had already shattered, and this person had given up on using the flame barrier. It was equivalent to giving up his strongest move. Without the support of a grotto heaven, everything depended on one's physique, bloodline, divine powers, and secret skills. He had the upper hand in every aspect. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The void Yiksha conjured a strange dermic art with both hands, and his figure swayed as he hollered. As his figure swayed, more than 100 ghostly shadows appeared from his body and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. The ghosts were identical to the void Yiksha and were filled with ghostly auras. Their faces were ugly, and it was difficult to tell them apart. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged, and his eyes burned with 2 purple flames. Under the illumination of the flames, the 100-odd ghostly shadows turned transparent and indistinct. Only one phantom remained in its corporeal form under the illumination of the purple flames in his eyes. That was the true body of the void Yiksha. The 2 balls of flames in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body were extraordinary and could smelt all divine powers and disintegrate secret skills and sutras in a short period of time. Back in divine firmament palace, the green lotus true body relied on the purple flames of the martial Tao prime body to resolve the 8th round of the Ling Long Zugzwang. The void Yiksha's secret skill, 100 Ghosts Night Parade, was indeed powerful. Combined with the best illusion and clone technique, it could deceive and confuse everyone in the world. However, under the purple flames of the martial Tao prime body, his true form was revealed instantly. The 100 ghosts split into different directions and attacked the martial Tao prime body. Waves of sinister wind assaulted his face and penetrated everywhere, wanting to seep into the body of the martial Tao prime body. I see. The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. The 100 Ghosts Night Parade was not only a combination of illusion and clone techniques, nor was it merely to hide the tracks of his true body. The ghost phantoms contained a large amount of cold ghost chi as well. If cultivators ignored the ghost phantoms and allowed them to descend and ghost chi to enter their bodies, their bloodlines would be invaded and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Those with weak bloodlines might even be severely injured and lose their combat strength. However, this was the martial Tao prime body that the void Yiksha was dealing with. The bloodline of the martial Tao prime body merely circulated slightly, and scorching blood chi surged out through the pores on his body, burning the ghost phantoms into ashes. You've got some capabilities. The void Yiksha burst into laughter. His true body had already closed in, and his bulging eyes were bloodshot. His figure swayed once more, and he hollered, "Twin Ghost's door slapping." As the void yiksha swayed, two tall and burly figures reached out with ghostly hands filled with sharp claws and grabbed toward Suzimo. This time round, it was neither an illusion nor a phantom. This was a true clone. The two void yikshas appeared at the same time and released incomparably powerful auras. Their strength was terrifying, and they displayed the offensive power of two ghosts. Be it 100 Ghosts Night Parade or Twin Ghosts Door Slapping, they were all killing moves of the void yiksha race. Not many living beings of the same cultivation realm could defend against those two killing moves head-on. Among the 10,000 races, even powerful races like the God race and the Dragon race had to avoid the two killing moves of the void yiksha. However, the martial Tao Prime Body was different. He did not dodge or even use any divine powers or secret skills. Without any warning, when the two ghosts arrived and were inches away, he raised his hand and punched twice. The void yiksha's expression changed in shock. In his eyes, this was merely a dead person. However, after the martial Tao Prime Body attacked, there was only a searing, gigantic fist left in the void yiksha's vision, as though it could shatter everything in the world. There was no life, power, divine power, or physique or bloodline that could defend against such power. An incomparably tragic power surged over, and the void yiksha felt suffocated. He had never seen such power among living beings of the same cultivation realm. Even for God race and Dragon race beings with powerful physiques and bloodlines, they would definitely not be able to release such power. The void yiksha hurriedly stacked his hands, wanting to block the fist of the martial Tao Prime Body. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds. The void yiksha charged over extremely quickly, but retreated even faster. The clone he had just condensed was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his true body was sent flying as well, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a huge pit. The martial Tao Prime Body descended from the skies in a flash. In the huge pit, the void yiksha endured the intense pain in his arms with a furious gaze. However, he did not submit and released his bloodline phenomenon, wanting to get up and fight again. His bloodline phenomenon was a tall phantom. However, the moment the phantom rose, it was suppressed by a searing red furnace that descended from the skies and spewed raging flames. In a few breaths, he was burned to ashes. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body reappeared and descended into the pit, stepping on the chest of the void yiksha. A tremendous force stepped on the void yiksha. The void yiksha could not turn around at all and could only struggle continuously. He bared his teeth and roared at the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body was expressionless, and his gaze was cold. He raised his fist and smashed it against the sharp fangs of the void yiksha. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the void yiksha's fangs were shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body. That punch not only stunned the void yiksha, but it also made him behave. Instantly, he stopped roaring and panted heavily, his gaze turning fearful. The void yiksha finally realized how terrifying the human before him was. If that punch was not aimed at his teeth, but his head would be shattered. Chapter 2719. 2719, Leaving Hell. 2719, Leaving Hell. The martial Tao Prime Body raised his hand once more, and his fist hovered above the head of the void yiksha, prepared to continue smashing down. Stop weeding me. The void yiksha waved his hand hurriedly and said in a muffled voice, I admik we feet. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly and did not understand much. However, when he saw that the void yiksha seemed to have given in, he stopped and said coldly, Speak properly. The void yiksha felt a little aggrieved and spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. He pointed at his mouth that was filled with broken teeth and explained, "It's my halt. I lure. The martial Tao prime body thought about it carefully before understanding. The Void Yiksha's teeth were shattered by him, and that was why his words were unclear. The martial Tao prime body stood up and raised his leg. The Void Yiksha crawled up hurriedly and stood at the side obediently, looking at the martial Tao prime body with fear. The martial Tao prime body glared at the Void Yiksha in silence. The Void Yiksha was indeed very powerful. He could actually defend against 70% of the power of his punch earlier on, and his palms and arms were not broken. Such a physique and bloodline was top-notch even among the 10,000 races. Coupled with that secret skill, unfathomable, he was not inferior to paragons and monster incarnates of the dragon race and god race. The martial Tao prime body had the intention of subduing the Void Yiksha. However, the Void Yiksha had a bad temper and an unreasonable personality. It was clear that the latter would not submit easily. Even if he was forced to submit now, as long as the martial Tao prime body left, the Void Yiksha would still escape. The martial Tao prime body put away that thought for the time being. Right now, the most important thing for him was to return to the medium Kiliacosm and save the Green Lotus true body. The martial Tao prime body said, "As long as you can bring me out of the hell world and back to the medium Kiliacosm, I'll give you freedom. You can leave as you please. I won't force you." When he heard that, a look of joy flashed through the Void Yiksha's eyes. He straightened his body and patted his chest as well, shouting, "Don't worry. Since I've Lutha, I'll heap to my Pwamith and bring you out of here." With that said, the Void Yiksha led the way in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao prime body followed behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the source of the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Yiksha did not hesitate and leaped into the Hell Yellow Springs. In the 9 springs of hell, only water from the bitter springs could cause significant damage to him. Although the power of the other springs were strong as well, they were within his tolerance. The martial Tao prime body swept his gaze across the yellow spring section on the stone tablet beside him before leaping into the Hell Yellow Springs and following behind the Void Yiksha. This time round, the two of them traveled down the river at a much faster speed. After an unknown period of time, the Void Yiksha's figure gradually slowed down. A barrier formed by countless light spots appeared, like a wall erected in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the barrier formed by the interwoven laws of the world could not be seen with the naked eye. However, because the Hell Yellow Springs surged endlessly to the other side of the barrier, the law's barrier could be seen. The two of them were in the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Yiksha sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. With the Hell Yellow Springs flowing here, the laws between the two worlds should be weakest here. The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly and took a step forward. 2 balls of flames burned in his eyes and his blood chi surged. A gigantic furnace that surged with flames vaguely appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi to its limits. Boom! The martial Tao prime body took a step forward and punched fiercely at the intersection of the Hell Yellow Springs and the law's barrier. The law's barrier ahead swayed slightly and shone with endless brilliance, devouring the power of the martial Tao prime body's punch completely. The Void Yiksha was secretly speechless when he saw that. It was only then that he realized that the human had not used his full strength against him earlier on. The punch the person just released could actually shake the law's barrier ahead. That power was already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. The martial Tao prime body recovered slightly and advanced once more. His domain appeared faintly, and together with his bloodline phenomenon, he lifted the hell suppression tripod and smashed it down against the law's barrier ahead without holding back. Bang! The strike of the martial Tao prime body seemed to have reached the limits of the law's barrier. an even more blinding light spread out from it to neutralize and devour the power released by the strike. Under the gaze of the void Yiksha, the law's barrier clearly caved in. Pissed, the void Yiksha gasped and swallowed a lot of water from the hell yellow springs. That attack earlier on almost pierced through the law's barrier. It's not enough. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently and shifted his gaze to the void Yiksha at the side. The void Yiksha was extremely smart as well and instantly understood the intentions of the martial Tao prime body. He took a few steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the martial Tao prime body. The two of them attacked at the same time and attacked the law's barrier once more. With a flash of light, their powers were resolved by the laws of the world once more like rocks sinking into the sea. The martial Tao prime body vaguely realized that unless there was sufficient strength above a certain level, no matter how many people there were, the law's barrier could not be shaken. If he could not even take this passageway of the hell yellow springs, there was probably no way he would be able to leave the hell world, not to mention returning to the medium Kiliacosm eventually. The void Yiksha shrugged and spread out his gigantic hand, expressing his helplessness. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly took out the netherworld treasure mirror from the essence martial grotto heaven. The void Yiksha was interested when he saw the dark ancient mirror. Instinctively, he extended his fingertip, wanting to touch it. Suddenly, a strange blood light appeared on the mirror. The void Yiksha's expression changed starkly, as though he recognized the origin of the netherworld treasure mirror. His body trembled, and he retracted his palm hurriedly. The way he looked at the martial Tao prime body became even more wary. He finally realized why this human could become the lord of hell that was revered by the 9 hells. The netherworld treasure mirror had once devoured a large amount of essence blood. After killing hell, Lord Torment Springs, the blood light on the mirror clearly dimmed significantly. However, the martial Tao prime body sensed that he should be able to activate it once more. The martial Tao prime body turned the netherworld treasure mirror and channeled his spirit consciousness. A blood glow gradually appeared on the dark mirror and became more and more obvious, like a blood-colored pupil. The netherworld eye. After the blood pupil appeared, the entire netherworld treasure mirror exuded a terrifying and sinister aura. The void Yiksha had a fearful expression and moved instinctively, hiding behind the martial Tao prime body, afraid that the blood pupil would see him. Suddenly, the netherworld eye burst forth with a blood light that pierced through the layers of hell yellow springs and landed on the law's barrier ahead. Instantly, countless lights surged from the law's barrier, wanting to devour and neutralize the blood light. However, the power of the blood light was extremely terrifying as well and gradually corroded a medium-sized hole in the law's barrier. Success! The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. He turned around and grabbed the void Yiksha, throwing him over first. Thereafter, he followed and charged through the world barrier along the hell yellow springs. The moment the two of them passed through, the blood light power of the netherworld I had already weakened. The hole in the world barrier closed and returned to normal. Chapter 27:20. 27:20 Gathering in the Netherworld. 27:20 Gathering in the Netherworld. The martial Tao prime body turned around and looked at the closed hole on the world barrier behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He did not know how long he would have to wait before he could return after leaving the hell world. Actually, there was nothing in the hell world that he missed, including his status as the Lord of Hell. However, there was an old friend of Tianhuang mainland over there after all. Right then, the void Yiksha sent a voice transmission to his spirit consciousness. The netherworld is a little special. We must not expose our identities. Otherwise, we will definitely be hunted down by the living beings of the netherworld. The two of them had already violated the rules of the two worlds by breaking through the barrier between the two worlds through the hell yellow springs. It was the same way the void Yiksha landed in the Hell world and was imprisoned by Hell, Lord Bitter Springs. How can one distinguish between living beings of the netherworld? The martial Tao, Prime Body asked. Void Yiksha said, "There's no need for you to disguise yourself. Your aura has always been unfathomable and difficult to detect. I have to put on a cloak. There's a distinct difference between living beings of the netherworld and other living beings. Living beings of the netherworld have no flesh and blood." Oh! The martial Tao Prime Body was slightly surprised and asked, "Can one survive normally in the netherworld without flesh and blood?" "Of course." The Void Yiksha said, "These living beings of a netherworld have long possessed a complete cultivation system and can long break free from their reliance on flesh and blood. Furthermore, in the netherworld, any living being of flesh and blood will be suppressed and sealed no matter how powerful their bloodline is." The martial Tao Prime Body sensed from within the Hell Yellow Springs and nodded to himself. Indeed, after passing through the barrier, there was clearly a strange power in his bloodline. No matter how he channeled his bloodline, he could not break free. The Void Yiksha continued, "Furthermore, don't underestimate the little ghosts of the netherworld. If we encounter ghost kings of the same level, we have to deal with them carefully." The martial Tao Prime Body frowned and asked, "The living beings of the netherworld belong to the ghost race as well, similar to your ghost world." The Void Yiksha explained, "Although we're all collectively called the ghost race, in reality, we're extremely different from the ghost race of the netherworld. To be precise, we're considered the Yiksha race. We were separated from the ghost race and were born in the river of life of the ghost world. We've already developed flesh and blood. However, the little ghosts, big ghosts, and even ghost kings and ghost emperors of the netherworld are all in the form of souls, although they had already arrived in the netherworld. In order to hide their tracks, the two of them still hid at the bottom of the Hell Yellow Springs and flowed downstream while communicating with their spirit consciousnesses." The Void Yiksha continued, "These ghosts in hell can attack our essence, spirits, directly. If we're not careful, we'll be severely injured. With the essence spirit destroyed, no matter how powerful one's bloodline and body is, it's only a shell." The martial Tao Prime Body pondered in silence. There were all sorts of strange things in the trichiliocosm. He did not expect such a group of special life forms to exist in the netherworld. They had already completely escaped the restraints of flesh and blood and had their own unique cultivation system. Such a world was indeed qualified to be independent of the medium chiliocosm. With this, it was also not hard to understand why there had to be such strong laws and world barriers between the netherworld and the other worlds. If living beings of the other worlds could freely move in and out of the netherworld and vice versa, the trichiliocosm would have long been in chaos. The Void Yiksha reminded once more, "It's best if we hide in the Hell Yellow Springs and conceal our tracks. We'll follow the current and arrive below the Six Paths Gate before appearing and charging into the ghost world. If little ghosts of the netherworld discover us in advance, we'll definitely attract the encirclement and pursuit of countless experts of the netherworld. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the Six Paths Gate." "Where is the Six Paths Gate?" the martial Tao Prime Body asked. The Void Yiksha explained, "The Six Paths Gate is the entrance to the Six Paths and lies above the Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions." Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Void Yiksha said, "The 5 Ghost Mountains are located in the 5 directions of the netherworld and are held down by 5 ghost emperors. The netherworld is complete and the great Tao is flawless. Therefore, these ghost emperors are all emperor experts. If we appear, we have to rush into the door of the ghost world immediately. If we're discovered by any ghost emperor, the consequences will be unimaginable. As a king expert of the Yiksha race, the Void Yiksha's combat strength was extremely strong. However, when he came to the netherworld, he became naggy and abnormally careful. Our existence is simply delicious food to some experts of the netherworld. The Void Yiksha said they can use many divine powers and secret skills to target our essence spirits and devour our souls to strengthen themselves. As the martial Tao Prime Body listened to the Void Yiksha's explanation, he flowed down from the depths of the Hell Yellow Springs. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. What's wrong? The Void Yiksha stopped hurriedly and turned to ask. The martial Tao Prime Body's gaze was cold and his expression under the silver mask was a little dark. Earlier on, he had sensed the existence of the green lotus true body once more. Back in the Hell world, the moment he advanced to the martial domain realm and condensed a domain, he briefly established a connection with the green lotus true body. Thereafter, the connection between the two true bodies vanished once more. There was a high chance that this short perception was because the martial Tao Prime Body had condensed a domain. As for the formation of the domain, it temporarily broke through the barrier between the worlds and allowed the two true bodies to establish a connection. But now, the martial Tao Prime Body had already sensed the green lotus true body without doing anything. That perception was extremely clear and showed no signs of disappearing. There was only one possibility. The two true bodies were in the same world. The green lotus true body was in the netherworld as well. To be precise, the soul of the green lotus true body had arrived in the netherworld. That was because the green lotus true body could not enter the netherworld directly in the medium kiliacosm. Only souls could enter the netherworld. In other words, the green lotus true body was already dead. In the end, he was still a step too late. The expression of the martial Tao Prime Body was dark, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Right then, his heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled Consort Yu's experience. Before long, he realized that as long as he could ensure that the memories of the green lotus true body were not destroyed and not washed away by the Hell Yellow Springs, the green lotus true body would not truly die. The green lotus true body could reincarnate with his complete memories. At that thought, the martial Tao Prime Body waved his robe and swept up the Void Yiksha beside him, breaking through the void in front of him and entering in a flash. The two true bodies had to meet up before the green lotus true body's memories were erased by the Hell Yellow Springs. What are you doing? The Void Yiksha's expression changed starkly. The martial Tao Prime Body would definitely alarm the experts of the netherworld if he broke through the void of the netherworld and teleported. The bloodline of the Void Yiksha was indeed powerful. Along the way, the teeth in the Void Yiksha's mouth had already regrew, and his speech returned to normal. Chapter 2721 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. Su Zimo's last memory of collapsing in the Emperor's tomb was hearing a familiar voice. However, he was unconscious at that time and no longer had the strength to distinguish. When he regained consciousness and woke up, he realized that he was in a dark and sinister place surrounded by a large white fog. This did not seem to be the Emperor's tomb. At that moment, Su Zimo recalled the voice in the Emperor's tomb with a strange expression. How could it be him? Su Zimo was puzzled and could not understand. Right then, he realized that there were many people like him in the white fog. Their expressions were numb and their gazes were empty as they walked forward in a daze. Among this group of people, there were men, women, old and young, as well as living beings of other races. It was a massive sight. Strangely, there were no conflicts despite so many living beings of the various races gathered together. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept walking forward. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized that he was one of them. He wanted to stop in his tracks, but realized that he could not control his body at all. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an unknown force. What's going on? Su Zimo had a bewildered expression. He took a few steps forward and arrived beside a middle-aged man, asking, "Fellow Taoist, where is this?" The middle-aged man looked askance at Su Zimo and revealed a strange smile. He looked as though he was crying and did not speak. "Sir, where is this?" Su Zimo arrived beside an old man and asked once more. The old man sighed and did not reply. He merely raised his trembling arm and pointed into the distance. Following the old man's guidance, Su Zimo looked over and vaguely saw a gigantic city pass appear between the two mountains in the fog ahead. There was a plaque hanging on the city pass. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Right then, someone walked past Su Zimo and bumped into his shoulder. However, he did not feel anything. His body seemed to be transparent as that person passed through him effortlessly. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and vaguely realized where he was. Before long, he followed the crowd and arrived below the city pass. Su Zimo looked up. There were golden words written on the plaque, "Netherworld Death's Door." Indeed. Su Zimo sighed with a conflicted expression. To think that he could not manage to escape the calamity of the sect master of the academy in the end and would still die. His soul came to the legendary Netherworld and he witnessed the Death's Door. The vast crowd was merely souls of living beings that arrived here after they died. It was the same for him. The crowd entered the Death's Door one after another. On both sides of the Death's Door stood many little ghosts of the Netherworld. They held pitch-black chains and whips in their hands and urged the crowd, "Hurry, hurry! Once you enter the Death's Door, you will be separated from life and death." A little ghost of the Netherworld said loudly. In the end, there were still people in the crowd who were indignant. When they arrived at Death's Door, they stopped and looked back. "What are you looking at?" A little ghost of the Netherworld had an impatient expression as he pulled out the iron whip in his hand and whipped the person fiercely. "Ah!" The person cried out tragically, and a clear mark was clearly left on his soul body, causing his soul to turn much dimmer. "You've already arrived at the Netherworld. Don't even think about turning back." A little ghost of the Netherworld sneered. "If you had that thought, you might as well spend your time praying for better luck when you enter the 6 paths of reincarnation later so that you can have a good place to go." This person was extremely stubborn and stood with his head held high, still unwilling to enter the Death's Door. In his previous life, he was also a renowned expert and big shot. He died and his soul entered the Netherworld. Naturally, he was indignant that he had fallen to such a state. He did not want to be bullied by some little ghosts of the Netherworld either. If this was in the medium Kiliacosm, the cultivation of these little ghosts would be equivalent to Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. However, no matter how powerful the experts in his previous life were, their souls could not defend against the power of these little ghosts once they entered the Netherworld. "You must have a death wish." One of the little ghosts of the Netherworld sneered and raised his whip, whipping the person fiercely. This whip was clearly forged from special materials and could cause immense damage to souls. In just a few whips, that person's soul was already extremely weak and dim, without much life left. The little ghost of the Netherworld spat and cursed. "I've seen many people like you. No matter who you were in your previous life, you have to be obedient in the Netherworld." Pausing for a moment, the little ghost of the Netherworld glared at the crowd. "The same goes for you guys. Whoever refuses to submit shall end up like him." Initially, there were some people who had the same thoughts of resisting. At that moment, they no longer insisted and entered the Death's Door one after another. Lackeys like the little ghosts were often the ones who gave the most trouble. Su Zimo followed the crowd and entered the Death's Door as well. After the Death's Door, the little ghosts of the Netherworld who originally stood guard there followed the group of people to their next location. As for the Death's Door, it was replaced by another group of little ghosts from the Netherworld. Su Zimo followed the crowd in no hurry. That was because he had finally established a connection with the martial Tao Prime body earlier on. The two true bodies exchanged memories continuously and filled up this blank period of time rapidly. At the same time, he knew that the martial Tao Prime body was rushing over. However, The space of the netherworld was complicated, and it would take the martial Tao Prime body a little more time to teleport through space. As Su Zimo followed the crowd, he surveyed his surroundings. A large area in the surroundings was still enveloped by layers of white fog. As for the dirt road beneath their feet, it was slightly yellow and emitted a strange power. A little ghost of the netherworld said, "Let me educate you guys. The path you're walking on is the Yellow Springs Road. In a while, all of you will have to wait for a bridge. The Bridge of Oblivion. The Yellow Springs surges beneath the Bridge of Oblivion. Every single one of you will be baptized by the Yellow Springs on the bridge, and all memories of your previous life will turn into a blank. As for your final destination, whether you head to the Hell Dao or Hungry Ghost Dao, whether you reincarnate as humans or demons, everything will depend on your own fate." Before long, everyone heard the roar of water, and the aura ahead became moist. The Yellow Springs of the netherworld was right ahead. Su Zimo gradually slowed down. He could enter the death's door. However, there was no way he could let himself be baptized by the water of the Yellow Springs. Once he was baptized by the Yellow Springs and his memories disappeared, it would mean that all traces of his life would be erased and he would truly die. Chapter 2722. 2722 Black and White Impermanences. 2722 Black and White Impermanences. Su Zimo slowed down and gradually lagged behind the crowd. Before long, everyone arrived before a surging, withered river. On the river, there was a stone bridge mottled with time that reached the other side. On the side of the stone bridge stood a stele with the words Bridge of Oblivion written on it. "This is the River of Oblivion. You guys can get on the bridge," a little ghost of the netherworld urged. At this point, many living beings had nowhere to retreat and could only climb onto the bridge one after another and head towards the other side. Su Zimo learned from the martial Tao Prime body that the so-called River of Oblivion was actually the Hell Yellow Springs. The souls that ascended the Bridge of Oblivion were washed away by the mist of the Hell Yellow Springs, and their memories of their previous lives were wiped away. With a blank slate, they entered reincarnation. Many living beings walked towards the Bridge of Oblivion one after another, while Su Zimo stood rooted to the ground. "What are you doing here?" A little ghost of the netherworld could not help but frown when he saw Su Zimo standing on the spot. "Waiting for someone." Su Zimo replied, "Huh." The few little ghosts of the netherworld laughed when they heard that. A little ghost had a mocking expression and asked teasingly, "Why? Is there someone who will be accompanying you to die? Stop dawdling and cross the bridge quickly." Another little ghost of the netherworld urged impatiently. Su Zimo remained rooted to the ground in silence. "You must have a death wish." A little ghost of the netherworld strode forward and raised the whip in his hand, lashing out at Su Zimo. The others were already used to the scene. The other little ghosts were already used to it. For every batch of souls that came here, there were some who were disobedient and indignant. Some were even tortured to death by the little ghosts of the netherworld. Their souls were thrown into the River of Oblivion and could not enter reincarnation. The little ghosts of the netherworld had seen many people, like Su Zimo. The whip descended from the skies. Su Zimo knew that this whip was specially refined to counter souls. However, he refused to be humiliated and reached out to grab the whip. Piak! The whip landed in his palm. He did not feel much impact. Instead, a strange glow appeared on his body with Dharmic Tao imprints. That scene made many little ghosts of the netherworld frown, slightly. Even Su Zimo was stunned. Under normal circumstances, he was already dead. No matter what Dharmic Tao he cultivated, it had already died with the green lotus true body and could not be brought to the netherworld. That was what it meant for one to die with their Taos dissipated. But now there was actually a Dharmic Tao imprint on his soul that followed him to the netherworld. It was this Dharmic Tao imprint that helped him defend against the damage caused by the little ghost's whip. Heaven Burial Sutra. Su Zimo was surprised. He had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra for many years. Although he comprehended a lot, he still had some doubts. This cultivation technique was indeed powerful. However, compared to the other taboo mystic classics that he cultivated, the Heaven Burial Sutra did not seem to have reached the level of a taboo mystic classic. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo gradually understood that the scene before him was probably the reason why the Heaven Burial Sutra became a taboo mystic classic. The Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra was imprinted on his soul. Although he was dead, the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra had not disappeared. Furthermore, it followed his soul into the netherworld. This situation was a little similar to the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Typically, when perfected immortals reincarnated, immortal king experts would cast spells and leave behind Dharmic Tao imprints, so that it would be easier to guide them after they reincarnated. And now, Su Zimo had such a situation without anyone's help by relying on the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra. Humph. A little ghost of the netherworld sneered. So an expert left behind an imprint and wanted to guide you to be reborn. I've seen many such situations. If you had been obedient, I might have let you pass if I was in a good mood. However, the fact that you still dare to resist in the netherworld means you must really be tired of living. Another little ghost of the netherworld shook the chain in his hand and said fiercely, "Everyone attack together and grind away the Dharmic Tao imprint on this person. Kill him." Splash! Dozens of chains descended from the skies and interweaved into a huge net, enveloping Su Zimo and binding him on the spot before long. Su Zimo looked at the surrounding little ghosts of the netherworld and said coldly, "I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living." The moment he said that, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above everyone's heads. A sinister wind surged from within with a chilling aura. Immediately after, two figures descended. One of them was wearing a spacious cloak that covered him tightly and his figure could not be seen clearly. The other was dressed in a purple robe and wore a silver mask. Two faint purple flames burned in his exposed eyes. The aura of the two of them was clearly extremely different from the netherworld. "Who are you people?" A little ghost of the netherworld berated sternly. "Scram!" The martial Tao Prime body waved his robes and released a scorching wave of air. Dozens of little ghosts of the netherworld were reduced to ashes instantly. The tall figure in a cloak beside him was the void, Yiksha. At that moment, his expression was ugly as he muttered, "With such a huge commotion, the experts of the netherworld must have already rushed over." Right then, a sinister wind blew. From the white fog not far away, two figures gradually appeared, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. The person on the left was tall and thin, with a smile on his face. However, his face was terrifyingly pale, and he wore a pointed hat with the words, "Wealth for the Good," written on the front. The person on the right had a fierce expression and was wide and fat. He had a dark face and was also wearing a hat with the words, "Peace in the World," written on it. Clang! The two of them held handcuffs and shackles in their hands and walked towards the martial Tao Prime body. Black and white impermanences. When the void Yiksha saw the two of them, he frowned. "Be careful. The handcuffs and shackles in their hands are tied to essence spirits and souls. Who's there to cause trouble in the netherworld?" Black Impermanence's expression was dark as he glared at the martial Tao Prime body and the void Yiksha and said slowly, "Show us your true appearance." White Impermanence was all smiles. We can just see it for ourselves. The moment White Impermanence spoke, a scarlet tongue descended and tore through the air, coiling towards the martial Tao Prime body and the void Yiksha. A nauseating stench approached. Black Impermanence attacked at the same time and flung the handcuffs and shackles in his hands forward. The martial Tao Prime body could clearly sense a strange power that wanted to break through through his Mara mask and descend into his consciousness. Ripples appeared on the Mara mask, and many ghost faces appeared. The attacks targeting the essence, spirit, and soul could not break through the obstruction of the Mara mask. The void Yiksha roared and tore apart his cloak. His spirit consciousness condensed at his glabella, and he was prepared. The martial Tao prime body did not move and merely channeled his spirit consciousness. Phew! A purple flame suddenly rose from black impermanence's handcuffs and shackles and white impermanence's long tongue. Chapter 27-23 27-23 Mount Baodu 27-23 Mount Baodu. This was the martial spirit fire and was the most domineering. It was a killing move that specialized in burning essence spirits and souls among the many methods of the martial Tao prime body. Black and white impermanences let out a tragic cry. The martial spirit fire burned extremely quickly and spread to the two of them in the blink of an eye along white impermanences, long tongue, and black impermanence's handcuffs and shackles. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of martial spirit fire ignited on the bodies of the black and white impermanences, and they were burned to ashes before long, leaving only 2 hats that fell into the embers. When the many little ghosts of the netherworld who came over after hearing the news saw that, their faces turned pale from fear. Those 2 were especially famous in Netherworld, and the little ghosts had to refer to them as Lord White and Lord Black, respectfully. To think that they would be burned to ashes by the purple-robed man in a few breaths. The flames were so domineering that although more and more little ghosts of the netherworld gathered around, they did not dare to advance. The martial Tao prime body did not linger there. He brought the void Yiksha and protected the soul of the green lotus true body. He tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, leaving the spot. Not long after the martial Tao prime body left, the 2 hats in the ashes suddenly floated in midair. Immediately after, 2 figures gradually appeared beneath the 2 hats and materialized. They were black and white impermanences who had just been burned to ashes. That was close. White impermanence was still smiling, but his face turned even paler as though he was frightened. Black impermanence said, "I'll inform the judge of life and death of the netherworld to stop this person. There are naturally rules and regulations in the netherworld. No living being outside the realm has ever dared to behave atrociously in the netherworld." When he heard that, white impermanence had a strange expression and said in a low voice, "It's not like there weren't any. That woman from before." Upon hearing white impermanence's words, black impermanence seemed to have thought of something as well. His entire body jolted, and he said with lingering fear, "That crazy woman appeared out of nowhere and caused a ruckus in the netherworld. More than half of the 5 ghost emperors were killed. It's said that only one of the ghost emperors who fought her survived. It was Ghost Emperor Yongyin who presided over Mount Luofeng. Ever since that battle, Ghost Emperor Yongyin was respected among the 5 ghost emperors. That's right. How powerful must he be to be able to survive from that crazy woman?" In the spatial tunnel, the martial Tao prime body wanted to send the soul of the green lotus true body into his consciousness to protect it. However, the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra flickered continuously on the soul of the green lotus true body and resisted. Even the martial Tao prime body could not send it into his consciousness. The situation was urgent, and the martial Tao prime body did not have time to think and could only give up for the time being. "Where is the entrance to the 6 paths?" The martial Tao prime body asked. "I don't know the exact location either. Although I've heard some things about the netherworld, this is my first time here." The void Yiksha said, "Under normal circumstances, only souls can enter the netherworld. It's impossible for living beings like us to enter the netherworld." The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. The reason why he and the Void Yiksha could come to the Netherworld was because the Hell Yellow Springs flowed between the Netherworld and the Hell World, and the world barrier was relatively weak. Otherwise, even with the Netherworld treasure mirror, he would not be able to pass through the world barrier and enter the Netherworld. Souls that entered the Netherworld would forget memories of their previous lives after being baptized by the Hell Yellow Springs. They would then enter Te 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, the Netherworld had always been a mysterious and unknown place to all living beings in the 3 realms. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment before suddenly taking out an ancient bronze lantern from his storage bag. "What's this?" The Void Yiksha looked at the ancient bronze lantern curiously and instinctively wanted to reach out to touch it. "Don't touch it if you don't want to die," the martial Tao Prime Body said. The Void Yiksha pursed his lips and retracted his palm resentfully. The martial Tao Prime Body released the martial spirit fire and ignited the soul lantern. The soul lantern burned and released a golden halo. A golden flame jumped slightly before tilting in a certain direction. "Over there." The martial Tao Prime Body pointed in the direction where the flame had shifted. The soul lantern could absorb souls and refine them into lantern oil to replenish itself. The direction guided by the soul lantern was most likely the place where soul power was the strongest. Right then, a violent tremor came from the spatial tunnel and an immense and terrifying pressure enveloped down. The fact that the 3 of them could be discovered even when they were traveling through the spatial tunnel showed how powerful the person was. Immediately after, an extremely sharp edge tore through the spatial tunnel and sliced it into 2, cutting off the path of the martial Tao Prime Body and the other 2. "I'm the judge of life and death, Chui," a voice sounded. Before he could finish, the martial Tao Prime Body blew gently at the golden flame of the soul lantern, and a spark flew out through the crack of the spatial tunnel. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream came from outside. Immediately after, the terrifying might vanished without a trace. "Chui!" The Void Yiksha grinned and clicked his tongue. Could it be Lord Chui, one of the 4 judges of life and death? The 4 judges are all ruthless people. The martial Tao Prime Body's expression was unchanged, as though he had done something insignificant. This time round, the way the Void Yiksha looked at Soul Lantern had already changed. Just a spark was enough to severely injure the 4 judges of the Netherworld and force them back. What was the background of this ancient-looking bronze lantern? The Void Yiksha's eyes flickered with excitement as he said in a low voice, "With this treasure, as long as we don't alarm the Lord of the Netherworld, we can do whatever we want in the Netherworld." The martial Tao Prime Body was silent. The soul lantern was his greatest reliance in the Netherworld. However, the Netherworld was too mysterious and there were countless unknowns to him. The soul lantern was only an external object, after all. His cultivation realm was equivalent to an immortal king, and it was still unknown how much of a chance he had against an expert like the Ghost Emperors with this soul lantern. Furthermore, the martial Tao Prime Body had a feeling that this soul lantern was most likely related to the Netherworld. Mount Baodu. This was one of the 5 ghost mountains and was located in the middle of the Netherworld. Suddenly, a gigantic spatial rift opened in the sky above Mount Baodu, and 3 figures appeared, descending slowly. "Where am I?" The martial Tao Prime Body looked over and saw that the surroundings were sinister. Although there were many trees and vegetation, they could not hide the sinister aura. It must be one of the 5 ghost mountains. The Void Yiksha pointed down and said, "Look, the entrance to the 6 paths is right there." At that moment, the martial Tao Prime Body and Green Lotus True Body lowered their heads at the same time. When they saw an extremely shocking scene, they could not help but be stunned on the spot. A gigantic vortex, abyss, appeared beneath the 3 of them. Clouds surged and spread in all directions endlessly. The gigantic vortex clearly had 6 different regions and was filled with strange runes that came from the same source as the runes of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and 9 Springs Health Sutra. Chapter 27-24 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths Heaven, Human, Asura, Demon, Ghost, and Hell. Translated, the 6 strange runes on the 6 regions of the gigantic vortex corresponded to the dermic daos of the 6 paths. The 2 true bodies had already comprehended a supreme divine power, the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, neither of the 2 true bodies could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was said that the 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine power. However, for many years, no one could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was why it gradually became a supreme, divine power. It was only when the martial Tao prime body saw the scene before him did he come to a realization. The 6 paths of reincarnation, comprehended by the 2 true bodies as well as the living beings of the medium kiliacosm, was worlds apart from the true 6 paths before him. Only by witnessing the 6 paths of reincarnation personally could one completely comprehend its true meaning and unleash its true power. If they could not witness it with their own eyes, they would never be able to feel the emotional shock brought about by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was no wonder that no one had been able to unleash the complete power of the 6 paths of reincarnation for so many years. That was because no one could come to the netherworld and see the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation with their own eyes. The green lotus true body looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation beneath him and unlearned all the 6 paths he had comprehended. He comprehended again and was in a daze, entering a state of epiphany. Right then, incomparably domineering auras rose around them. Their descent on Mount Baudu had finally alarmed the experts of the netherworld. "Let's go!" The void Yiksha urged hurriedly. "I have a feeling of trepidation. This ghost mountain must be presided over by a ghost emperor." The martial Tao prime body glanced at the green lotus true body, who was in an epiphany, and frowned slightly. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Once interrupted, it would be extremely difficult for the green lotus true body to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. Let's wait a little longer. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air and looked at the phantoms that rose continuously as he said in a deep voice. The void Yiksha was a little anxious and nervous, but he did not escape alone. Who dares to behave so audaciously in the netherworld? Not far away, a ghost king stood in midair and hollered at the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. The void Yiksha grinned slightly and laughed. "The 3 of us barged into this place unintentionally. Everyone, don't be nervous. We'll leave immediately." "Humph." Another ghost king said, "You still want to leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please in the netherworld? Stop them." Right then, another voice sounded. "They just injured the black and white impermanences and severely injured Lord Chui." When that voice spread, countless ghosts in the netherworld were enraged. The surroundings were filled with killing intent, and many netherworld ghosts glared the martial Tao prime body and the other 2 with unfriendly expressions. "Take them down." A ghost king waved his hand and ordered. Instantly, countless phantoms appeared and pounced towards the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. When the void Yiksha saw that the conflict with the netherworld was inevitable, he could not help but curse internally. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and released the martial Tao purgatory without hesitation, enveloping the green lotus true body and the void Yiksha. Ah, ah, ah. Many phantoms charged into the range of the martial Tao purgatory and let out tragic cries. Some phantoms were burned to ashes in an instant. Some phantoms relied on powerful methods to escape death from the martial Tao Purgatory. Although the martial Tao Purgatory was suppressed in the netherworld, the Dharmic Tao contained within could still defend against countless ghosts and suppress ghost kings of the same cultivation realm. The moment the battle broke out, many netherworld ghosts were severely injured and could not break through the domain of the martial Tao prime body. Humph. Right then, a cold laugh sounded. How dare you be so arrogant on Mount Baodu of the netherworld? You're truly tired of living. The moment he said that, a powerful and cold spirit consciousness pressure descended. Xing, 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 xing. The flames in the martial Tao Purgatory could not withstand it and were extinguished by more than half in the blink of an eye, emitting a strange sound. Spirit consciousness of the Emperor Realm. Only the power of the Emperor Realm could suppress the domain of the martial Tao Prime Body. Back in the Hell World, the power of a quasi-emperor could already impact the minor martial Tao domain, let alone the might of a true emperor. The next moment, the vision of the martial Tao Prime Body darkened. Above his head, a phantom shadow appeared and lowered its head slightly. A malevolent and terrifying ghost face arrived above the martial Tao Purgatory and blew gently. Xing! A sinister wind blew past. The flames in the martial Tao Purgatory were extinguished by the phantom in a single breath. The Ghost Emperor's methods were terrifying. Ghost Emperor of Mount Baodu, Zhou Qi! The Void Yiksha gasped and cried out. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi, who presided over Mount Baodu, was also known as the Central Ghost Emperor. He was the leader of the 5 Ghost Emperors and was second only to the Lord of the Netherworld. However, for some special reasons, the reputation of Ghost Emperor Yongyan of the North had already surpassed Zhou Qi's over the years. Oh! The phantom seemed to be surprised. His gaze landed on the Void Yiksha. Little Yiksha, you're pretty sharp to be able to know my name. You're Void Yiksha. Why did you come to the Netherworld instead of staying obediently in the Ghost World? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi could tell the origin of the Void Yiksha at a glance and asked, The Void Yiksha had a hesitant expression as he glanced at the martial Tao Prime Body, not knowing where to start. Kill them first. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi glanced at the martial Tao Prime Body and Green Lotus True Body with a cold gaze and said indifferently, How dare humans from the medium Kiliacosm behave so audaciously in the Netherworld? When the Ghost Emperor attacked, the martial Tao Purgatory was already shattered. After Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi gave the order, countless ghosts of the Netherworld swarmed forward in a black mass, pouncing towards the martial Tao Prime Body and Green Lotus True Body. The martial Tao Prime Body had a calm expression as he flipped his palm and summoned the soul lantern from his storage bag. The golden flames burned and spread out a golden halo that protected the 2 true bodies. Ah! The moment many ghosts charged forward, they were enveloped by the golden halo. Accompanied by a tragic cry, they turned into nothingness instantly and were absorbed and devoured by the soul lantern. The golden flames of the soul lantern became even brighter, and the radius of the surrounding halo expanded. Even Ghost King experts would be devoured by the soul lantern on the spot and turned into lantern oil if they could not dodge in time, let alone ordinary netherworld ghosts. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi shuddered when he saw the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Tao Prime Body. The gigantic phantom returned to normal quickly under the envelopment of the golden halo and transformed into a figure similar to the martial Tao Prime Body, standing at the edge of the golden halo. This lantern. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi stared fixedly at the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Tao Prime Body with a bewildered expression and murmured softly, How is that possible? Chapter 27-25 27-25 Ghost Emperor Yongyan 27-25 Ghost Emperor Yongyan. Right then, a figure in multicolored armor with a dignified expression and a golden halberd strode over from the east of Mount Baodu. As that person approached, a gigantic spirit consciousness might surged over. It was not inferior to Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi at all. Ghost Emperor Yu lay of Mount Taoji in the east. On the other side, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar rode a spirit beast over slowly. His gaze was wise as he stared at the ancient bronze lantern in the hands of the martial Tao prime body with deep thoughts. Ghost Emperor Wen He of Mount Buzhong in the west. At the same time, a third figure appeared. It was an expert with a dark expression and a fierce and sharp gaze like an eagle. Ghost Emperor Zi Ren of Mount Luofu in the south. The last person to appear was from the north. The man had disheveled hair and unkempt clothes. He walked over shakily with a wine gourd in his hands and raised his head to take a sip of wine from time to time with a dazed gaze. When the Ghost Emperor's presence saw this person appear, they did not say anything, clearly in silent acknowledgement of his identity. If not for that, it would be difficult to associate this man with the North Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor Yang Yin of Mount Luofeng in the north. The Void Yiksha was secretly alarmed. The commotion was too great, and all 5 Ghost Emperors appeared. The Netherworld was not like the Hell World. The Hell World was shattered and had entered the Dharma-ending era with no Emperor experts born. However, the Netherworld had always been presided over by Ghost Emperors. These 5 Ghost Emperors were the strongest among all the Ghost Emperors in the Netherworld. After the 5 Ghost Emperors descended, the gazes of 4 of them landed on the soul lantern of the martial Tao prime body. At first, there was a hint of surprise and shock in their eyes. However, before long, greed flashed through the faces of 4 Ghost Emperors. Only Ghost Emperor Yang Yin of the north retracted his gaze after a casual glance at the soul lantern. He stood at the side and continued drinking. It was as though the soul lantern was not as important as the wine gourd in his hands. It's the soul lantern. Ghost Emperor Ziren's eyes shone inexplicably as he said coldly. Ghost Emperor when he seemed to be surprised as well. According to what I know, this soul lantern should belong to the Lord of the Netherworld. Why is it in this person's hands? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi raised his brow slightly. No matter what, we have to retrieve this soul lantern first. How can the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld fall into the hands of outsiders? Exactly. Ghost Emperor Yulei said as well. After the 4 Ghost Emperors said that, they glanced at Ghost Emperor Yang Yin at the side. The latter was still drinking and did not seem interested in the matter. Seeing that the 4 Ghost Emperors were about to attack, the Void Yiksha hurriedly shouted, "Ghost Emperors, there's a misunderstanding. This is the newly conferred Lord of Hell of the Hell World. We're merely passing by the Netherworld and we're not hostile." Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi sneered, "Lord of Hell." The other 3 Ghost Emperors clearly did not believe it either. Ghost Emperor Zi Ren smirked. "It's fine if you're lying to others, but you want to bluff your way through in front of us. You're telling me a human from the medium Kiliacosm is the Lord of Hell?" Well, the Void Yiksha was speechless. "Attack!" Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi gave the order. The 4 Ghost Emperors attacked one after another, releasing immense soul power that crushed towards the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged as he raised the soul lantern and blew gently. The lantern oil in the lantern suddenly splattered and flew towards the 4 Ghost Emperors with a few golden sparks. The 4 Ghost Emperors were clearly wary of the power of the soul lantern and dodged one after another. Their soul powers could not break through the halo of the soul lantern either. The moment they entered the range of the golden halo, they turned into nothingness and was refined and absorbed by the soul lantern. The 4 Ghost Emperors exchanged glances and released their respective pocket netherworlds. Ghostly auras filled the worlds and phantoms flickered as they suppressed the martial Tao prime body once more. This was the power of the Emperor realm. If he did not have the soul lantern, the martial Tao Prime Body would not be able to defend against any Ghost Emperor, let alone the combined forces of the 4 Ghost Emperors. Right now, under the suppression of the 4 pocket netherworlds, the flames of the soul lantern flickered and could be extinguished at any moment. Once the soul lantern was extinguished, the martial Tao Prime Body would lose his final reliance. However, at that moment, the soul lantern sensed the surrounding pressure and seemed to have been stimulated. It suddenly broke free from the hands of the martial Tao Prime Body and floated in midair. The word soul in the lantern shone brightly, causing the flames of the soul lantern to intensify and spread into an even stronger golden halo. The spirit consciousness in the soul lantern awakened and counterattacked. The expressions of the 4 Ghost Emperors changed, and their pocket netherworlds began to sway under the impact of the golden halo of the soul lantern. In reality, the cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime Body was limited. Given his martial spirit fire, igniting the soul lantern was not enough for him to fight against the 4 Ghost Emperors. However, the soul lantern had a huge restraining effect on the ghosts and souls of the netherworld. That was the reason why the current stalemate was formed. The martial Tao Prime Body and the green Lotus True Body were telepathically connected. As long as he could hold out a little more, the green Lotus True Body would awaken from his epiphany after comprehending the key to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Right then, Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yin, who was still drinking at the side, and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yin, why are you still standing by idly at a time like this? This person comes from the medium, Kiliacosm. How can he be allowed to behave so audaciously in the netherworld?" Ghost Emperor Yang Yin sighed. "Even the 4 of you can't take down the power of the Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor weapon. So what if I'm included?" Ghost Emperor, when he said, "Brother Yang Yin, we all know your methods. I hope you can lend us a hand." Ghost Emperor Yang Yin was silent for a moment before finally raising his head. He looked at the martial Tao Prime Body, who was surrounded by the 4 Ghost Emperors, with a look of pity. "The netherworld is indeed not a good place. You shouldn't have come." Ghost Emperor Yang Yin shook his head gently and raised his head to drink a mouthful of strong wine. Thereafter, he spat out a mouthful of wine mist in the direction of the martial Tao Prime Body. The wine mist emitted a strong wine fragrance and contained an incomparably powerful power that enveloped the flames of the soul lantern. Under the envelopment of the mist, the soul lantern seemed to be unable to defend against it, and the flames began to shrink continuously, as did the surrounding golden halo. The eyes of the 4 Ghost Emperors lit up as they pressed forward hurriedly, getting closer and closer to the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yin, who was not far away. Among the 5 Ghost Emperors, this person had the strongest cultivation and was unfathomable. He had to get rid of this person in order to escape from the current crisis. In the blink of an eye, the feet of the martial Tao Prime Body stomped on the void and released an incomparably domineering power. He charged over and shattered the void, plowing out a gigantic crack. With just a single step, the martial Tao Prime Body arrived before Ghost Emperor Yang Yin. Although he was facing an Emperor expert, the martial Tao Prime Body at the Grotto Heaven realm still emitted a torrential aura and wanted to trample the Ghost Emperor beneath his feet. The martial Tao Prime Body raised his soul lantern and burned it towards Ghost Emperor Yang Yin. Chapter 27, 26, 27, 26 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. 27, 26 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. Ghost Emperor Yang Yin's expression changed. This change was not because of the attack of the martial Tao Prime Body, but for another reason. Ghost Emperor Yang Yin stared at the footwork released by the martial Tao Prime Body in a daze. When he saw the attack of the martial Tao Prime Body descend, his figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. Ghost Emperor Yang resolved the attacks of the martial Tao Prime body with ease. The difference between the two of them was too great. The martial Tao Prime body retreated hurriedly. After Ghost Emperor Yang reappeared, he hung the wine gourd on his waist with a grim expression, and his eyes regained clarity. He stared fixedly at the martial Tao Prime body and asked slowly, "Who's that blood butterfly from the medium Kiliacosm to you?" Before the martial Tao Prime body could react, the 4 ghost emperors who surrounded him were shocked, and their attacks paused. The martial Tao Prime body was shocked and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang in disbelief. He frowned and asked, "You know her?" The blood butterfly that Ghost Emperor Yang was referring to was definitely Daiyu. However, the martial Tao Prime body did not expect Daiyu's name to spread to the netherworld. From the expressions of the other 4 ghost emperors, it was clear that they had heard of the blood butterfly as well. More than that, Ghost Emperor Yang had a conflicted expression as he laughed self-deprecatingly. "She came to the netherworld before." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Furthermore, she's the only person in the medium Kiliacosm who could enter the netherworld alive and leave alive." The martial Tao Prime body was silent. As his cultivation increased continuously and he got closer to Daiyu, he could sense how powerful and terrifying she was. However, he was curious as to how Daiyu came to the netherworld and why she came here back then. Under normal circumstances, there was a law's barrier between the medium Kiliacosm and the netherworld. Given Daiyu's methods back then, she should not have been able to break through it. The Void Yiksha gasped when he heard that. There was actually someone in the medium Kiliacosm who could enter the netherworld alive and leave alive. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi's expression was dark as he harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. That's because she was lucky. If the Lord of the Netherworld had attacked, she wouldn't have been allowed to start a massacre in the Netherworld. The martial Tao Prime body was shocked when he heard that. Not only had Daiyu been here, she even started a massacre in the Netherworld. The Void Yiksha grinned with a pale expression, as though he could tell that the martial Tao Prime body was puzzled. Ghost Emperor Yang said, "The situation at that time was complicated, and it was hard to explain in a few words. She did not stay in the netherworld for long, but she killed more than 10 emperors. Half of the 5 ghost emperors were killed by her. There were originally 10 ghost emperors who reigned over the 5 directions. In that battle back then, 5 of them died in her hands. Even now, those 5 positions have yet to be filled." The martial Tao Prime body surveyed his surroundings. It was no wonder why the 4 ghost emperors were even more hostile towards him after hearing the words, "blood butterfly." However, he found it strange that Ghost Emperor Yang's attitude towards him seemed to have softened. Ghost Emperor Yang continued, "Back then I tried to stop her and was severely injured by her. However, she did not kill me and spared my life." "Oh!" The martial Tao Prime body was surprised. Before she left a message. Ghost Emperor Yang seemed to recall that scene again. "The fact that you're able to survive from me shall be your greatest honor." In reality, that was also the case. Back in the battle, only Ghost Emperor Yang survived after encountering Daiyu, causing his reputation in the netherworld to soar and even surpass the central Ghost Emperor, Zhou Qi. The martial Tao Prime body was not surprised. Daiyu was the only one who could say something like that, because Yang Yun mentioned that past the Green Lotus True Body gradually woke up from his state of epiphany. Zhou Qi and the other 3 ghost emperors seemed to have noticed something amiss as well. Ghost Emperor Zi Rin frowned. "Yang Yin, since this person is related to the blood butterfly, we can't let him leave." Ghost Emperor Yang shook his head and suddenly stopped. The mist that enveloped the soul lantern suddenly dissipated, and the flames of the soul lantern intensified, regaining its light. A golden halo spread rapidly and forced the 4 ghost emperors back. Yang Yin, what are you doing? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi hollered. Ghost Emperor Yang Yin looked at the martial Tao prime body with a conflicted expression. Back then, she spared my life. I'll let you off today as well. Ghost Emperor Yang Yin did not know what relationship the martial Tao prime body had with Daiyu. However, he believed that someone who could use the aura of the Plough Heaven Stride and Dermic Tao would definitely have inherited the essence of Daiyu's Dermic Tao and would definitely be the person closest to her. Thank you. The martial Tao prime body cupped his fist slightly. Yang Yin, do you know what you're doing? Ghost Emperor, when he said in a deep voice, not only is this person related to the blood butterfly, he's also from the medium Kiliacosm and even carries the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld. If you let this person leave, you'll commit an unforgivable felony. Against the scolding of the 4 Ghost Emperors, Ghost Emperor Yang Yin did not mind at all. He took out the wine gourd once more and took a sip of strong wine before shrugging. Whatever, I don't care. Hurry up and leave. Now is the time. The Void Yiksha hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the martial Tao prime bodies, spirit consciousness, and urged. The martial Tao prime body was also about to escape from the netherworld with the Green Lotus true body and leap into the ghost world through the entrance of the 6 paths. However, something strange happened on the side of the Green Lotus true body. Just as the martial Tao prime body wanted to leave with the Green Lotus true body, mysterious Dermic Taos burst forth from the latter and blocked him. Immediately after, the Green Lotus true body soared into the skies under the guidance of the Dermic Taos. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to stop him, his heart skipped a beat. The 2 true bodies were telepathic, and this situation did not seem to pose a threat to the Green Lotus true body. When the 4 Ghost Emperors saw that, they wanted to stop him as well. However, before the attacks of the 4 Ghost Emperors could descend on the Green Lotus true body, they were blocked by the golden halo of the Soul Lantern. The Green Lotus true body ascended extremely quickly and arrived in the firmaments in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, under countless gazes, a crack suddenly opened in the firmaments. Although the gap appeared for an extremely short period of time, the martial Tao prime body could still sense the aura of the medium Kiliacosm from it. To be precise, it was the aura of the Emperor's tomb. Well, the eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up, and his reaction was extremely fast. He hurriedly sent the water of the hell-boundless springs obtained from Consort Yu into the hands of the Green Lotus true body. Thereafter, the Green Lotus true body was pulled into the crack. In the blink of an eye, the Green Lotus true body vanished, and the gap closed as well. The connection between the 2 true bodies was severed once more. However, the martial Tao prime body knew that there was a high chance that the Green Lotus true body had obtained another huge opportunity. After knowing that the Green Lotus true body was fine, the martial Tao prime body did not hesitate either. He brought the Void Yiksha and turned to leap into the ghost world of the 6 paths. His figure was swallowed by the 6 vortexes and vanished. With the protection of the Soul Lantern, even the 4 Ghost Emperors could not do anything to him and merely watched as he was devoured by the 6 paths.